Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine agrees to a Trump-brokered peace plan after Russian talks take place in Abu Dhabi as deadly strikes on both sides continue. Hamas and Islamic Jihad hand over hostage remains as Israel warns of ceasefire violations. Hundreds of children remain missing following a school kidnapping as violence spreads across Nigeria. Ukraine has agreed to a Trump-brokered peace plan with a few minor details still to be finalised. The reports follow talks in Abu Dhabi between US, Russian and Ukrainian officials after Washington's original 28-point plan was streamlined to 19 points in Geneva. The meeting came amid deadly overnight strikes on Kyiv and Russian border regions. For more on this, I'm joined by Dr. Omar Ashur, Professor of Security and Military Studies at the University of Exeter. I do apologise. Dr. Omar, according to reports in US media, Ukraine's agreed to a peace proposal brokered by the Trump administration. Is this the end of the 4-year war, or is there still a long way to go?
I think it will be very optimistic to cast it as an end. We have an elephant in the room. This is Mr. Putin, who will have to see his input on that agreement first, because if you remember just a few hours or a few days ago, the Europeans had a counter agreement, I think 28 or 29 points, and Moscow casted it as unconstructive. We don't know the details of this agreement and how Moscow will react to it. But again, the war was started by the Kremlin, and now the Kremlin has to answer to this peace agreement. So we'll have to wait and see their reaction.
Omar, let's talk a little bit about that elephant in the room, Russia, because Russia's Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, says Moscow is still waiting for the interim version of the US plan. We know Russian and US officials, as we speak, are meeting in Abu Dhabi. What can we actually expect from these talks happening there?
At the best outcome, I would say, is some sort of a fair, constructive agreement or draft agreement that one will guarantee Ukraine's territorial integrity and sovereignty, and two, allows it to have the defense capacity to be able to defend itself in the future against a third possible invasion. And three, somehow deals with the main concerns of both Russia and Ukraine in this sense, in terms of the security aspect and in terms of the economic aspects as well, and also the legal aspect, because there are indictments in the ICC, there are war crimes that were committed. And there are Russian investments in Europe that are so far frozen and may be used for reparations for Ukraine. And all of these are very thorny points. That's why the devil are in the details. And but the main issue for Ukraine is security. The country was invaded twice. In 2014, it lost its most important geostrategic region, Crimea. And in 2022, its capital in February 22 and today is still under attack. So there is a very serious security threats for that country. And to give a comparative perspective, the US are still in Korea. Now, are still in South Korea. And South Korea, now there are 28,000 of them. South Korea has an army of 500,000. An acting one, and can field 3 million reserves. So this is just to protect it against North Korea, which is a country of equivalent size. Ukraine is not equivalent to Russia. Russia is 28 times the size of Ukraine, so it will need some serious security guarantees. And if these agreements did not offer it that security guarantees, we will probably see another round of war.
Dr. Omar, President Zelensky is expected to visit the US to meet with Donald Trump in the next coming days. And the point of that meeting, we do understand, is to hash out those details. And it's really interesting because we've heard from Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, and she says there are a few delicate but not insurmountable details that must be sorted out. They will require talks between Ukraine, Russia and the US. We know Donald Trump is trying to push this peace plan through quickly. He wanted a deal done by Thursday. But you were talking about security guarantees there for Ukraine and, of course, land. And that's another big thing. Will these take much longer to hash out than just by the end of the week?
It will definitely do. You know, East Europe has a very complex history when it comes to mapping their borders and their lands and dividing their peoples between bargains or during bargains between great powers. They have a very bad history with that, you know, during the 19th century, the 20th century. So this idea of going over the main country, which is Ukraine, and enforcing an agreement between Washington and Moscow, and then putting the Ukrainian president on the spot in DC. We saw that episode before, you know, to sign something there under pressure. That will be probably not a very lasting peace, and it will be, and it will also send another very dangerous message to Helsinki, to Riga, to Tallinn, to Warsaw. All of these allies will be seeing themselves as in a very vulnerable position. That is, if Russia attacked, took some of their lands, they can get away with it with a peace deal with Washington, not with the victim country or the attacked country. So that is going to be a very dangerous and also difficult agreement for any Ukrainian politician, Zelensky or anyone else, to sign for, because then he will have to face he will have to face the people and the institutions and the Ukrainian armed forces, and will have to justify this for them, and it will be very, very difficult at this point.
And just a quick and final thought from you. Despite all the diplomacy and efforts we've seen to bring the war to an end, last night there was a deadly wave of attacks on Ukraine by Russia in which 6 people were killed. Ukraine also struck Russia. What impact is this particularly having on Ukraine's people and, of course, their energy infrastructure? And we know it's winter in the country.
So that targeting civilian infrastructure from the air, and also targeting civilians from the air, the so-called human safari that is going on in places like Kherson and Zaporizhia. All this is basically some sort of terrorism, so some sort of air terrorism, because the only part of the definition of terrorism where everybody agrees is when you target the civilian population to be able to pressure the governments. And this is what's happening, frankly speaking. So it is very difficult to negotiate like that in that way while the operations are still ongoing. It's not even a ceasefire or a halt of operations until these peace talks conclude. They are ongoing. So Ukraine is negotiating under fire, under attacks targeting civilians from the air. So it's a very difficult situation. And of course, it is damaging. It is damaging in terms of the morale. It is damaging in terms of the civilians' life that they take. But at the same time, you see a lot of resilience and a lot of resistance. So the only demonstrations that were complaining against the leadership of President Zelensky were anti-corruption demonstrations. People went to the street to demonstrate against him for an anti-corruption issue, not for stopping the war or not for the lost electricity or the lost gas and heat during the winter. They did not demonstrate, which is a signal of how resilient is that society and how much it's willing to sacrifice to defend Ukraine.
Dr. Omar Ashur, brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much for your time and insights.
Thank you.
Let's continue this conversation now with John Cavalage, Senior Editor for Outcome Modelling Analysis at Issue Insight. John, as always, great to have you on the show. Has Ukraine trumped Russia by agreeing to the essence of the deal?
No, not at all. It's unfortunate, but no. This is a series of steps, and President Trump, thinking optically and performatively, wanted to make a splash. It's important to remember that those 28 points that Mrs. Witkoff and Kushner put together very much mirrored the Israel-Gaza agreement in terms of who gave what. And basically what we've seen during the last several days is a shift where Russia is now portraying itself as the victim. And so no matter what President Zelensky and the government of Ukraine agree to, you still need the Russians to agree to it. And the Russians know that once President Zelensky agrees to a document, and I've been briefed, and I've got to tell you, I don't know where a lot of these stories are coming from in terms of agreed almost everything, a few minor points, and the rest of it. One of the decisions made was to try to jettison what was most egregious, what should have never been in these 28 points, because they were just, they were almost written by someone who was institutionalized. They were just ridiculous. So you start extracting that, and then you get down to some of the core, and then it gets very difficult. And so I don't think that we're going to see what people may want to see. This isn't a peace agreement. This is sort of a stopgap where it's part to get to the next part to get to the next part, because there still remain three critical areas that haven't been agreed to. And one is the definition of security guarantees. Two is territory. And then three is the use of the $320 billion in central bank reserves. Now, when some people are saying, well, those are part of the minor ones that we still have to agree on, excuse me, those are three major issues.
And I think, John, you make a really good point there, because security, territory, frozen assets is pretty much the three sticking points that we've been talking about almost since Donald Trump came to power and since Russia attacked Ukraine. So these are the major sticking points, as you did say. But, since Ukraine's announcement, John, that they have agreed to the Geneva draft, there's been silence from Moscow. But have the Russians' demands actually changed at all?
Not really. And Sergei Lavrov has, Dmitry Peskov, the presidential spokesperson, Sergei Lavrov, the foreign minister, he said, this is great. This is fine. It's good. Everybody's talking and that, but, we're waiting to see some things. Well, now the Russians have seen some things, and, they know that they don't have to move first. They're the aggressor. And, as President Zelensky will say, Russia should stop, Russia should stop, Russia should stop. But, Russia's the aggressor. So from their standpoint, it's up to Ukraine to agree to what Russia wants, not Russia to agree to what Ukraine wants, the U.S. wants, the European Union wants, and NATO wants. And they have time on their side. And the reason they have time on their side is because, yes, the economy of Russia is impacted, and it's getting more impacted with every day, but it's on a very, very slow grade of decline, whereas President Zelensky's resources are on a steep decline because he's depending on the European Union to either the 27 members individually and collectively give him money, or individually, a few of them come up with enough borrowing to give him money, or they go after the $320 billion in central bank reserves and just take it, which they're talking about $140 billion, or they, in essence, secure a $140 billion loan against the 320. So you have Russia has enough military might to continue to kill Ukrainians. And as long as they're willing to kill Ukrainians and inflict a huge damage upon Ukraine's infrastructure, while President Zelensky doesn't have the capacity to do the same and won't do the same, Russia maintains the ability to draw this out, and that's precisely what they're going to do.
And Russia's Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, you mentioned him, but he's kind of made a sudden return to the spotlight, John, after his phone call with the US Secretary Marco Rubio, which didn't actually go to plan in October. It also scuppered a meeting in Budapest that they were hoping to have. Is President Putin now bringing out his big guns to deal with this and control the narrative?
Well, you had Mr. Yushkov, who's one of the in the office of the chief of staff, who's just very dour, and he always, if there's a sunny day and he comes outside, the clouds are going to appear, and he's already sort of downplayed the significance of the 28-point plan. And Minister Lavrov said sort of the same thing, that, this is nice, and, but they need to remember that, we're a party to this too. And so, they're going to, I think, purposely drag this out. And there's one reason they're going to, and that is they don't want to give President Trump a win. And for that matter, neither does President Zelensky on the original, by Thanksgiving deadline. And so there is some performance here in terms of no one wants to be the one to buckle under quickly. But also what few are talking about is some of the items taken out of from the 28 to get to 19, and now it's actually less than that. But to get to those are issues relating to NATO, issues relating to the central bank assets, because NATO involves NATO leadership, 32 countries. The assets involve Belgium, a member of the European Union, 27 countries. So basically what President Trump is trying to do, i.e. Marco Rubio, what Ukraine's trying to do, and what the EU is trying to do and NATO is trying to do is take all of the hard stuff out and then say we have common ground on these remaining items, and then the other stuff isn't, that consequential. And it'll get some press coverage for a couple of days, but then everyone will start to say, well, wait a minute, if you've taken out all the tough stuff, what are you doing? Because you're trying to get rid of objections. President Zelensky is trying to get rid of anything in his part of the agreement where he'll disagree with President Trump. He does not want a repeat of Oval Office 1 or the Cabinet Room Part 2, where neither one went really well. So he's trying to avoid that. So it's how many items can he say to Marco Rubio and President Trump, the Secretary of the Army? Look, let's put this one out so the EU can talk about it, and this one out so NATO can talk about it. And eventually you're not left with much of consequence. And as your previous guest said, this is not a peace deal, but also the other remaining issues that we haven't gotten to yet, whether it is how do you deal with the lawsuits that Ukrainian citizens are going to file in jurisdictions throughout the world against Russian Federation interests for rape, for murder, for damage to their homes. And then Ukrainians are going to be suing their own government. And anyone thinks that it's monolithic in Ukraine as far as how the government's prosecuted the war, they're just not dealing with the reality. So all of this stuff, International Criminal Court cases, they're going to take decades to materialize in terms of getting a judgment. And then what do you do with the judgment? This just has a long way to go. The best hope is just focus on trying to stop the military operation while you start engaging with these other issues. But this is going to be a long path.
John Cavalic, a lot of diplomatic dancing happening, but thank you so much for your analysis.
Thank you.
Hamas and Islamic Jihad have handed over the remains of a Gaza hostage today under the US-brokered ceasefire. Israel says delays in returning the body violated the agreement. So far, all living hostages and most deceased have been released. This comes as the US-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation announced it's shutting down after controversial aid effort marked by deadly chaos at its sites. For more on this, I'm joined by UNRWA media spokesperson for Gaza, Adnan Abu Hasnan. Thank you so much for joining me, Adnan. Good to have you back on the show with me. Pleasure. The controversial US and Israeli-backed aid operation, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is set to close. Is this welcome news for UNRWA and the people of Gaza?
Thank you. I think that it's not surprising, news. Actually, we expected that. I believe, or I think that we talked about that, and we expected that this organization will shut down. But actually, it took so long time to reach to that conclusion. Of course, it's good news for the Gazans, for the UN humanitarian system, actually, because, it was really like, this trap, and many Palestinians were killed, either where they were heading towards or approaching the 3 food distribution points of this organization, or after that, while they were waiting to cross in, and, so many things. But the big question was, how much really this organization helped in coping the starvation, the hunger, and the disaster actually where, Gaza population were exposed to. I can tell you nothing happened, no improvement at all. And relatively, we can talk about, a little improvement, let's say like that. Some people actually received some food, parcels, but the whole population were forbidden from that, as this organization has no experience. It was only we are talking about military retirees, and they have no experience, they are not a professional. And after that, and overall, the conspiracy theory, actually, that people, they don't trust the organization, and they believe that this organization, came as a cover for military and political agenda. Many talk like that. And even from the Israeli side, they talked about that.
And UNRWA's Commissioner General has warned about the cold, harsh winter people are facing and is asking for the green light to allow supplies into Gaza. UNRWA is still banned by Israel from bringing aid into the Strip. Do you think that this is likely to change and UNRWA will begin operations again in Gaza to help those people in desperate need, as the Commissioner said, especially in wintertime?
Becoming very clear to all parties, even, the Americans also, that without UNRWA, nothing will succeed inside Gaza. No organization will be able to replace UNRWA in terms of its capacity, in terms of the logistic ability, and to reach out to the 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. UNRWA has enough experience, has the data, the information, the logistic, and has everything that enable it from really coping and converting, the critical situation in the Gaza Strip. Unfortunately, right now we have 6,000 trucks. We have food waiting at the gates of the Gaza Strip. We have food will be enough for all Gaza for 3 months. We have hundreds of thousands of tents and all, sheltering material also, that if Israel allow all that material into Gaza, it will make, like a dramatic change in the circumstances in Gaza. But right now, they don't allow us, in fact. But we hope after shutting down the GHF, and after the failure also of others, and really, coping of the disaster in Gaza, that it's clear for everyone that UNRWA must step in, especially in the food delivery and the sheltering, sheltering materials that we have bought with hundreds of millions of dollars, and they are waiting at the gates of the Gaza Strip. But on the other hand, For education, for health, I think we are the main pillar in that. We succeeded in, absorbing 300,000 kids in our destroyed schools. In health also, we are receiving nearly 15,000 patients every day and giving them treatments.
Adnan, I think the criticism of UNRWA from Israel is that UNRWA was working with Hamas and allowed Hamas to gain supplies that were coming into the Gaza Strip. And they're saying the GHF were successful in stopping Hamas getting any aid and obviously using that for themselves and starving their own people. Is there any truth to what Israel was accusing UNRWA of doing?
Look, I think that the last, the court of ICG and, they said clearly that Israel did not prove, that there is a kind of infiltration of Hamas or other organization in UNRWA. It's very clear. And before that also, the committee that was headed by the previous French Foreign Minister, Catherine Colonna, also said the same thing, that UNRWA is, no one can penetrate UNRWA or infiltrate, actually, UNRWA, and it's just, accusation without any concrete, evidence about what's going on. For UNRWA, it's clear that it's kind of propaganda and it's political and media campaign to delegitimize UNRWA and to liquidate UNRWA and pushing its services to the end. But the big question was like that: who will be benefiting from the collapsing of UNRWA? I think that the collapsing of UNRWA will be hurting first of all Israel and the host countries. It will be opening the doors for extremism and marginalization at large. It's clear to everybody. I think that keeping UNRWA in place and keeping UNRWA functioning, it is in the interest of the international community and not only host countries or Arab or the region.
Adnan, thank you so much for joining me and speaking to me this evening. Now, violence and insecurity are surging across northern Nigeria with mass kidnappings, deadly attacks and rising threats to communities. Hundreds of school children remain missing after being abducted from school. Our reporter, Wandi in Tengento, has the story.
A surge in armed attacks, U.S. aid cuts and political instability in Nigeria is driving hunger to record levels. The UN World Food Programme says nearly 35 million Nigerians could go hungry in 2026 as it runs out of resources in December.
What we are looking at is 31 million people who are food insecure in Nigeria. And that's the highest absolute number of people food insecure in the world. When you're looking at acutely malnourished children, it's estimated to be around 15 million children. Here in the northeast of Nigeria, what we are looking at is roughly 1 million children who are severely, acutely malnourished this year. And hundreds of thousands of these children could potentially die if they do not get the assistance that they need.
As the UN warns of a famine ticking time bomb that could drive starving citizens in the arms of extremist group Boko Haram, Nigeria came under scrutiny from the US over alleged persecution of Christians. The Nigerian government pushed back on the claims, describing them as a gross misrepresentation of reality.
They're killing record numbers of Christians in Nigeria. And they have other countries very bad also. You know that part of the world, very bad. They're killing the Christians and killing them in very low numbers. We're not going to allow that to happen.
2 weeks after rejecting claims of extremism, a Catholic school in the northern part of the country saw over 300 students and staff abducted by an armed group last week. Wandi Swandengendo, Al Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined by international journalist Mayowa Adeguke. Mayowa, thank you so much for joining me this evening to speak to me about this very story that's been happening. And I want to just go back to the events that happened last week. More than 300 children and staff were abducted from St. Mary's Catholic Church in Nigeria. Reports suggest about 50 of those who were held captive have managed to escape. What is the latest on the story, and do we have any updates on those children?
Thank you very much for having me. It is unfortunate what is happening in Nigeria right now. You're seeing insecurity surge across a particular region, and it's quite unfortunate. As of now, the government is doing everything it can to rescue the children, not just from the St. Mary's Catholic School, but you've got other people who have been abducted in other states as well. Unfortunately, latest news that we've got today is 11 people have been abducted from Kwara State. You may remember that Kwara State is where you had a church, people in a church abducted, and they've been rescued. But now you've got fresh set of 11 people who've been taken as well. Many of them women and children. It's quite unfortunate. The government is telling us that they're doing everything that they can to bring them back. You have the president who's ordered 30,000 extra policemen to be recruited. You've got a withdrawal of policemen from VIP services so that they can have more people in local communities policing. You've also got so many updates coming up from the government side saying they're doing everything that they can to address the situation, but ultimately people just want their family and friends, and of course people of the nation want all these people who have been taken returned home.
And it's really interesting. We're hearing from you now, and you just told me 11 people today again. You know, as we said, over 300 students and staff abducted. This is a very scary time, Mayowa, especially for Nigeria. But who is carrying out these kidnappings? Who's behind it? And I think the big question many people will be watching or thinking, why is this happening?
Of course, there are two groups that you can sort of credit all of this to. You've got religious terrorists, and you've got the group, say, call them armed bandits. Sometimes you hear the words Fulani herdsmen bandied around. So these two groups really have been credited with all of these kidnappings. And I'll have you know that this is not a recent thing. For many months and across years, kidnappings of this nature have been happening in Nigeria, although now it seems like there's a lot of attention, a lot of pressure, talking about the numbers. Recall in 2014, you remember how the Chibok girls were also abducted in such large numbers, and that brought in this international attention. That is what we're seeing again. But obviously, with, say, insecurity and economic conditions, you have a lot of people getting taken and ransom being demanded for their return. So this is what we're seeing, and it's quite unfortunate. But these two sort of groups are the ones to be held responsible: religious terrorists as well as armed bandits.
And I do remember that story 11 years ago, covering it myself. Over 270 schoolgirls from Chibok were kidnapped, and that was by Boko Haram. And when we look at these stories and we hear Donald Trump saying Christians are being persecuted in Nigeria, do you agree with him on that sentiment, that this is happening?
Well, as a journalist, I'd say that I would sort of keep my personal take out of it. I'm a Christian myself, so as of course, I'd rather not speak to that. I'd rather tell you what the Nigerian government is saying. Of course, they've said this is not a Christian versus Muslim situation. And if you refer to the recent kidnappings, I think it's the Kebbi schoolgirls. Most of them are Muslim. So you see that definitely two groups are affected, whether you're Christian or Muslim. However, what are the sentiments in the sort of Christian community? We've seen Christian leaders come out to agree with President Donald Trump to say, listen, you're not hearing stories of people being taken and being asked to convert their religion. That's in the case where you've got religious terrorist kidnapping in that situation. On the other side is just for ransom most of the time. So if you look at numbers as well, what do the numbers say? Do you have more Christians being abducted than Muslims? Ultimately, there's something that president supporters say. They say whether they're Muslim or Christian, they're all Nigerians. And I think I agree with that. I choose to agree with that, to say whether they're Christian or Muslim, we want these people back and we want these kidnappings to stop. And I think that's where I'd say is my personal take.
Also, just a quick question to you. Donald Trump has been talking about the situation in Nigeria. Do you think that his rhetoric is flaring up tensions in Nigeria itself? And we've also heard from the likes of Nicki Minaj, who's, of course, a famous celebrity. And I was just wondering what the feeling in Nigeria is. Is there concern that this is getting so much international attention?
So I would say that, as weird as it may sound, Donald Trump speaking about this and America's interest in it has a certain level of positive to it. And why do I say positive? Because now there's international pressure. And if the United States is taking particular concern in this, definitely it's calling on the government to sit up. Matter of fact, if you go on social media, you see a lot of Nigerians saying, listen, Donald Trump, we want you to come because we're tired of this and we want it to stop. So has it put extra pressure on the government as well as the security forces to sit tight and get it together? Yes. And I think ultimately that's a positive, where they're now being held accountable by, say, Big Brother Donald Trump. So I think that's a positive of it. Some people are concerned to say, listen, we don't want America sort of coming into the country, taking their own actions. We would rather have them collaborating, which is what the Nigerian government is doing, saying, listen, we want you to work with us and we're happy to work with you. We want it to end as well. But personally, I would say that it is a positive that the interest from America is putting pressure on the Nigerian government, because as I said before, these are not new. Kidnappings are not new. Kidnapping for ransom is not new. It's been going on for many years. And the big question is, when will all this stop?
Maybe Big Brother Donald Trump may be able to help it. Thank you so much for joining me. Very, very interesting conversation. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump moves to label some Muslim Brotherhood chapters as a terrorist group, triggering sanctions. He also ordered his aides to review branches in Egypt, Lebanon and Jordan, already banned in 2 countries for global terrorist designation. A US judge has thrown out a case against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James, ruling that the prosecutor who filed the charges was unlawfully appointed. Lindsay Halligan, chosen by former President Donald Trump to lead the case, brought the charges. Several flights have been delayed in India following a volcano eruption in Ethiopia. The Haile Gabi volcano has laid dormant for several thousand years before sending an ash cloud up over the weekend. 9 people have been arrested in India on suspicion of carrying out a bank robbery last week. The thieves, who posed as central bank officials, made off with $800,000 in cash. Authorities launched a massive manhunt across state lines, recovering nearly the entire haul of money. A reminder of our top stories. Ukraine agrees to a Trump-brokered peace plan after Russian talks take place in Abu Dhabi as deadly strikes on both sides do continue. Hamas and Islamic Jihad hand over hostage remains as Israel warns of ceasefire violations. Hundreds of children remain missing following a school kidnapping as violence spreads across Nigeria. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints is coming up next with Melinda Nucifora. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. International media continue to track the shifting contours of President Trump's Ukraine peace plan. They noted key revisions that were made, such as the removal of limits on Ukraine's military and the deferral of territorial questions. All of these changes that eased European concerns and raised doubts in Moscow. In the U.S., attention turned to a major legal development. A judge threw out the cases against James Comey and Letitia James after ruling that the prosecutor who filed the charges had been improperly appointed, sparking fresh debate over the administration's use of legal authority. American media continue to focus on President Trump's Ukraine peace plan and its amendments, as well as the peace negotiations in Geneva. The New York Times offers a detailed look at Secretary of State Marco Rubio's scramble to salvage a peace plan that had veered sharply towards Russian interests and triggered a political firestorm. The piece explains that after a leaked 28-point draft exposed heavy Russian influence and alienated European allies and also Kiev, Rubio rushed to Geneva to soften the most controversial provisions, including limits on Ukraine's military, NATO restrictions, and also territorial concessions. The report portrays a divided Trump administration, Trump publicly pressuring Zelensky and also embracing the draft, while Rubio tries to reframe it as a starting point rather than a U.S. proposal. Yet the piece notes that these revisions may not make the plan unacceptable to Putin, leaving the negotiations uncertain and increasingly fragile. In its editorial, the Wall Street Journal outlines the contours of a credible peace outcome in the war between Ukraine and Russia, arguing that any durable agreement must balance territorial integrity, accountability, and also security. The piece warns against superficial or unbalanced proposals that reward aggression or undermine Ukraine's sovereignty. It also emphasizes that a genuine settlement must respect Ukraine's core principles, ensure justice for war crimes, safeguard democratic institutions, and involve a strong security architecture backed by Western partners. The editorial also cautions against proposals tilted heavily towards one side, arguing that legitimacy and trust depend on consensus and realism.
European outlets described the revised plan as a needed course correction after a draft that leaned too heavily towards Moscow. They welcomed Europe's firmer stance on protecting Ukraine's territory and limiting concessions, yet they stressed that core disputes, borders, security guarantees and NATO issues remain unresolved. The Times editorial argues that Europe must urgently increase its support for Ukraine, not only militarily, but also through economic and political backing. After a leaked peace proposal threatened to destabilize Allied unity, it warns that European capitals underestimated the impact of the original draft and now need to recalibrate their strategy to prevent Kiev from collapsing under pressure. The peace calls for renewed funding, more robust security guarantees, and a unified or united diplomatic front capable of resisting aggressive moves by Russia. Europe must step up decisively to preserve regional stability, uphold democratic norms, and ensure that Ukraine survives this critical moment. Amish de Broughton-Gordon wrote in The Telegraph arguing that President Trump fundamentally misunderstands Vladimir Putin's psychology and motivations when negotiating over the war in Ukraine. The columnist suggests that Trump is prepared to embrace a deal that appears heavily tilted towards Moscow, ignoring what the author describes as Putin's deeply entrenched patterns of aggression and manipulation. According to the article, trusting in Putin's promises or underestimating his tactics poses a major risk for Kiev and its allies. The writer frames the current US-Russia discussions as dangerously naive, warning that any deal must account for Putin's history rather than rely on surface-level assurances. The Guardian examines this peace initiative involving the war in Ukraine, highlighting how U.S. Army Secretary Daniel Driscoll, previously not known for diplomacy, has become the surprise envoy fronting a conversational plan closely aligned with the views of J.D. Vance and his circle. The analysis indeed argues that Driscoll's close personal and political ties to Vance, a growing influence in the administration, explains his central but unexpected role. The story frames the development as evidence of shifting foreign policy calculations inside the administration, raising doubts about the plan's accessibility to Kiev and also its allies. Ukrainian media reported that the original 28-point U.S. peace proposal has been heavily revised, with several Russian-favored demands removed and the plan shortened. Coverage stressed that Kiev is standing firm on territorial integrity and insists that all sensitive decisions will be made at the presidential level after high-level talks in Geneva. While in Russia, media coverage of the amended peace plan was indeed cautious, with the Kremlin saying it has not yet seen a final version and is closely monitoring developments. Outlets express limited approval for parts of the original U.S. draft, but dismiss the European counter-proposal as unacceptable or unconstructive. Several commentators argue that without a formally agreed document negotiated directly with Ukraine, constant revisions risk stalling the entire process. And in the U.S., a federal judge dismissed the criminal cases against former FBI Director James Comey and New York Attorney General Letitia James after ruling that the appointment of interim U.S. Attorney Lindsay Halligan was unlawful. The Washington Post reported that the judge concluded that Halligan's appointment violated statute requirements and invalidated the indictments she brought against them. The piece explains that in Comey's case, the judge indicated that refiling is likely barred because of the statute of limitations has expired, while prosecutors in James's case could seek new indictment under properly installed attorney. The report also notes that Justice Department's leadership condemned the ruling and pledged to appeal. In a scoop, Axios revealed that President Trump is preparing to initiate a direct conversation with Nicolas Maduro, following a recent U.S. designation labeling Maduro as a head of a terrorist organization. The report highlights that the administration is simultaneously conducting Operation Southern Spear, a campaign targeting drug smuggling vessels with more than 20 missile strikes on boats in the Caribbean linked to alleged trafficking. The piece quotes officials who say the planned Trump-Maduro talks reflect a pivot towards diplomacy rather than an immediate ground invasion or capture operation. While no date is yet set for the call, U.S. officials emphasize that all options are on the table. The report frames the moment as a delicate mix of force and communication aimed at disrupting drug networks and pressuring Venezuela's regime. And we'll end with this feature story in Newsweek, which recounts how incoming New York City Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani described the weirdest thing he saw during a recent visit to the White House for a meeting with President Trump. Sitting in the waiting room before the meeting, he noticed a coffee table book titled UFC at the White House. He said he was baffled flipping through it. The piece explains that Mamdani found it strange because a glossy coffee table book about UFC fighters visiting the White House felt totally out of place in what is usually a formal, historic, political setting. He expected books about government, history, or policy, not a photo album celebrating mixed martial arts celebrities posing with the president. Mamdani's remarks stood out because they came during an appearance on a talk show where the host asked him to reflect on the most unusual moment of his visit. The report frames this lighthearted detail in the context of Mamdani's political journey, his contentious primary campaign, and a surprising tone shift in his meeting with the president. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies only on Al Arabiya English.
A list of names, a smoking gun, justice for victims, or just more fuel for an ongoing political conspiracy. The Epstein files are set to be made public. After 10 months of pushback, President Trump says he'll sign off on their release. But why now? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Incheon, a city with a lot to offer. Incheon in South Korea. There are many things to do, places to see, eat and drink in, and events to take part in. It's got a rich history, plus interesting cultural sites to visit. It's probably most known for being the home of the International Incheon Airport. Incheon City is located in the northwestern area of South Korea. Seoul and Bucheon are nearby, as well as Goyang and Asan. The city has a population of about 2.8 million people. It is considered the third biggest city in South Korea. The city is known for its majestic natural landscape, from white sand beaches to unique rock formations. One of the most popular is the Yeolwangni Beach, offering pristine waters and great sand too. Tourists often visit this beach to watch the sunset and take lots and lots of photos. The beach is also surrounded by a grove of pine trees, completing the picturesque view. Aside from Incheon's beaches, being a sight to see, it's also where you can try activities such as swimming, fishing, and some water sports. Incheon is also known for its great historical and cultural structures. There's a Museum of Korea Emigration History. You can go through a display of exhibits that tell the stories of the country's first emigrants. There's also the Incheon Landing Operation Memorial Hall. It is a memorial hall that features photos of military arms used by both the North and South Korean military. Then, there's the architectural masterpiece, Incheon Bridge. It is considered the longest bridge in Korea. It's linked to the world-famous international airport and is also one of the best places to witness the sunset. Incheon is also known for its special market. Want a taste of their famous fried chicken? Or buy the freshest fish from the port? The marketplace is where you should go. Aside from the fresh food, some markets also have amusement parks in it. Some are near the coastline where you can enjoy the view or try an activity. Bupyeong is where you can go shopping in Incheon City. It is linked to the subway stations, so it'll be easy to find and accessible as well. Not only is it a mecca for fashionable clothes, you'll find great products that are for your health and beauty. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello, and thank you for joining us for this special interview coming from the sidelines of the Dubai Air Show. We are at Maktoum International, which is the future airport of Dubai, an airport that will welcome some 260 million passengers per year. It comes at a price tag of $35 billion US. And we are, of course, in Dubai, which prides itself on being within 4 hours flying time from 1/3 of the world's population. Well, to tell us about the direction passenger traffic and airports are heading in this region, I'm joined now by the CEO of Dubai Airports, Paul Griffiths. Mr. Griffiths, thank you very much indeed for speaking to Arabiya English.
Great pleasure to be here.
You're aiming to achieve 100 million passengers passing through Dubai International Airport within a year. How are you going to achieve that?
Well, we're currently at 95.2 million projected for the end of 2025, so we're not that far off, actually. We may skirt about 99 next year, but I think that's going to happen because of the fact that we are continually investing in the processes necessary to increase capacity. We don't have the space to build infrastructure at the existing airport, which is why we're building the brand new phase of DWC Al Maktoum International, which will come into operation by 2032. But there's a lot of technology going into airports to speed people through them, which is a great way of increasing capacity and increasing the level of customer service.
So, of course, we're on the tarmac of that future airport, and it's going to be a pretty amazing and pretty different sort of a customer experience. Just tell us a bit about what it will be like for a passenger passing through this airport.
Well, what we're trying to do is actually take away as much of the passenger processing as we possibly can, because at the moment, you know, I've never met someone who says, yes, I quite like standing in queues at airports. I love queuing up for immigration and security. And let's face it, you know, if we can remove those and replace them with one single biometric signature taken one time, then that would be a much better place to be and to actually encourage what an airport really should be about, and that's providing a very effective interface between what happens in the air and what happens on the ground.
You're quoted as saying that starting a new airport from ground zero is a sort of a once-in-a-generation opportunity. And I'm wondering, from what you've learned from running DXB, what lessons you're going to now apply to DWC?
Well, we're very, very fortunate that we are able to use DXB as the world's largest international airport, as it has been for the last 11 years, as an absolutely fantastic dynamic test bed for all the systems and procedures that we both know about today and those that are coming in the future, because the pace of innovation and technical change is very fast and very furious, and we'll be adopting those over the next few years with a view to applying them on an industrial scale when we open the new airport. So having a live test bed of the world's busiest international airport is the perfect learning opportunity for the literally hundreds of thousands of people involved in the airport operation.
Saudi Arabia is the channel, we represent Saudi Arabia at Arabiya English. What sort of evolution are you seeing in terms of passenger numbers from Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Kingdom represents our second largest single market, and the growth actually has been very, very impressive over the last few years. Riyadh is actually the second busiest city from DXB after London Heathrow, so we have very, very close links with the Kingdom. As I'm sure you're aware, Fly Dubai flies to a significant number of airports within Saudi Arabia. Very, very important market for us, and we see that growing probably faster than a lot of other markets.
New airports on the horizon and upgraded airports on the horizon in Saudi Arabia. New airlines being launched by Saudi Arabia. Do you welcome that, or do you see that as competition?
We absolutely welcome it. And I think the thing is, if you look at the history of the development of tourism, we've only scratched the surface in this region. And most people coming from North America or the Far East, if they're visiting Europe, they'll go to London, to Frankfurt, to Madrid, to Rome, to Milan, to all of those hotspots for tourism. Here, of course, if we've got more hotspots for tourism, and of course the Kingdom has so many fantastic attractions, then that's just going to bring more people in who want to see the whole region. We're very excited, actually, and we see this as a completely complementary enterprise.
Dubai Airport's been around in its present form, DXB, since the 1960s in one way or another. And it's turned into this incredible experience. It's almost like part of the travelling experience. Your 4 hours flying time here from a third of the world's population, what do you think is what would you pin down as being the secret to Dubai's success as an aviation hub?
I think the thing is our geocentric location is fabulous. The fact that the government has been so proactive and open in securing open skies agreements with as many countries as possible around the world, that it's also really prioritised aviation as the engine for growth of the economy and for tourism. The city has grown symbiotically with the entire aviation enterprise here, and you couldn't have one without the other. So that, I think, is the reason it's been so successful. And the change in aircraft technology is going to be very interesting. You may have seen the order placed this week for 150 A321s by Fly Dubai. those aircraft have got an endurance of about 9 hours. So all of those smaller secondary airports throughout Europe and Southeast Asia are suddenly in range of an economic aeroplane. That's going to change the landscape and give additional connection opportunities. So the development of tourism, traffic, and also business in the region will be enhanced by the presence of more hubs, more airlines, more cities served, and more aircraft on the ground and in the sky.
And do you see a day when DXB, or Dubai International Airport as it is now, is the secondary airport, and you have two airports, this one and that one, operating as a secondary hub?
We are a hub. We've built an aviation hub here for the world. It serves the city and it serves as a fantastic connecting hub. It's designed that way, and you cannot really spread traffic across more than one hub. It has to be concentrated. Therefore, I think once we've achieved in 2032 the wholesale move of DXB to DWC with 124 million customers transferred from one airport to the other, then the future of DXB for development maybe, that will be decided at that particular point in time.
How are you going to keep the edge? How are you going to maintain the edge with all of the regional competition?
Constant innovation, working in partnership, and putting the customer at the absolute pinnacle of everything we do.
And in terms of the general direction passenger traffic is taking in this part of the world, are you seeing people gravitate more towards premium airlines? Or do you think what will happen here is what happened in Europe, and people start gravitating more towards low-cost airlines?
I think the answer to that is yes and yes. We will continue to develop products and services which serve all of our target markets extremely well. Premium travel obviously has bounced back very, very strongly since the pandemic, and we've taken advantage of that by being ready and having the products and services available in volume to meet that huge demand.
Okay, to make it sound like this airport, this new airport that we're at right now, is a game changer.
Absolutely. In terms of capacity, it's a game changer. In terms of the service offerings we'll be providing, the leverage of technology. But the idea is what we really want to achieve is an intimacy of relationship with the customer that can be applied at scale.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for that. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed. Paul Griffiths, the CEO of Dubai Airports. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that is all we have time for on the sidelines of the Dubai Air Show. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do stay tuned to Al Arabiya English.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is of course the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
A list of names, a smoking gun, justice for victims, or just more fuel for an ongoing political conspiracy. The Epstein files are set to be made public. After 10 months of pushback, President Trump says he'll sign off on their release. But why now? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up on Counterpoints.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. and a god who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकते हैं, आप भी नहीं जा सकते हैं.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई
It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys sadly have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे ही
Families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
जंगल में जाके बूटी होता है
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions. If there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves, there's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर जमदंग ने ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने दानु का राज था हाँ दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadarni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadarni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadarni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdan Girishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within the Lana's unique system of governance. This political framework indeed has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote yet peculiar village.
Janamji Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together. It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness.
I guess the village has to take care of their things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी
We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits, and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
A list of names, a smoking gun, justice for victims, or just more fuel for an ongoing political conspiracy? The Epstein files are set to be made public. After 10 months of pushback, President Trump says he'll sign off on their release. But why now? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. These are just some of the women who accuse Jeffrey Epstein of sexual exploitation. They've been fighting for justice for 5 successive White House administrations.
I was 14 years old. I was 16 years old. I was 16. 17. 14 years old. This is me. This was me. This is me. When I met Jeffrey Epstein.
Their ordeal has become a toxic political football. Both Republican and Democrat presidents have fought against calls to release all the information gathered during investigations into the disgraced financier. Until now, the US House and Senate have voted to pass the Epstein Transparency Act. And in a major reversal, President Trump says he'll sign off on it. But it seems only because it's a political distraction.
Let the Senate look at it, let anybody look at it, but don't talk about it too much because honestly, I don't want to take it away from us. It's really a Democrat problem. The Democrats were Epstein's friends, all of them, and it's a hoax. The whole thing is a hoax, and I don't want to take it away from really the greatness of what the Republican Party has accomplished.
Even though President Trump hasn't been personally accused of any wrongdoing, the ongoing saga has fractured his MAGA base. On this episode, we'll debate why so many presidents have refused to release the files and why President Trump changed tact now. If the release will lead to justice or just more conspiracy theories, and why there is so much public interest in these files. Stay with us. Joining us to debate the latest on the Epstein files is Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Anna Kasparian is joining us, Executive Producer and host at The Young Turks, an independent American media organisation. And rounding out our panel is Alan Dershowitz, Emeritus Professor of Law at Harvard University, who served on Jeffrey Epstein's legal defence team. Welcome to all of you to hear this evening's debate on Counterpoints. When the Democrats were in office, they refused to release the Epstein files. Now that they're out of office, they're champions of transparency. During the presidential election race, Donald Trump campaigned on a promise that he would release the files. But once he was elected, he wouldn't release them either. And all of a sudden, in the space of just a few days, years and years of bipartisan opposition to releasing the Epstein files has just disappeared. And all of a sudden, it seems so easy to get it all done. Alan, let's start with you. Why now? Why did President Trump change his mind now? He's pushed back for so many months. Why change tact now?
He never should have pushed back. We should always have had all the files released. I've called for the release of all the files from day one. What people are afraid of is this. They're afraid of the Larry Summers phenomenon. They're afraid their name will be in the file, not accusing them of doing anything wrong, but just because of their association with Epstein, they'll be guilt by accusation. Those of us who are completely and totally innocent, who have nothing to fear, were the ones who were pushing for the files to be released immediately. But anybody who fears anything from any suggestion in the files might be worried about their release. Look, the best answer is no redactation, release everything. We can't redact information to protect the so-called accusers because some of the accusers are false accusers. For example, yesterday at the press conference, there was a discussion of a woman whose name is Farmer, who had accused various Jewish men of being pedophiles, and CNN featured it, and they all featured it, and they forgot to mention the fact that she has said, quote, "I have a hard time with Jewish people. All the Jewish people I met are pedophiles who run the economy. They're Jewish supremacists. They're people who follow the Rothschilds." Now, if you want to assess her credibility, you have to hear that evidence. Maybe she's telling the truth about being oppressed, but when you hear what she says about Jews and you know that she only accused Jews, then you take that into account. Another woman named Sarah Ransom said she had videotapes. Donald Trump, of Hillary Clinton, of Bill Clinton, of Richard Branson. And then later she admitted she had made up the whole story. There are no videotapes. So we have to balance the rights of the accusers against the rights of the accused. We can't allow a new McCarthyism to take over just because there is a very important need to make sure the real predators are actually convicted. We have to balance right of the rights of people who are falsely accused with the rights of victims who are true victims.
Okay, Anna, what do you make of what Alan's been saying there? And I also want to bring you to that first question I asked him as well. Why now? Why is President Trump all of a sudden deciding he's happy to release it?
Well, I think that President Trump has a plot to essentially prevent the release of the full Epstein files by launching phony investigations that he has no actual interest in. The House Oversight Committee, immediately after the vote took place yesterday, immediately sent out subpoenas to various banks that allegedly had connections or ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And when there's an active investigation taking place, that allows for government officials to use that investigation as an excuse to withhold documents that have been promised to the American people. Now, the reason why Trump appeared to change his tone is because there has been a bipartisan effort among the people, not among the politicians necessarily, although there is a small group of bipartisan lawmakers in the House, including Congressman Ro Khanna, Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene. They're working together to try to get the Epstein files released so there's more transparency about it in the public. But make no mistake about it, I think that this cover-up has taken place for far too long because it implicates members of both sides of the political aisle. To me and to many Americans, this is not a partisan issue. And the cover-up has spanned multiple presidential administrations, both Democrat and Republican. And that was something that Annie Farmer had drawn attention to during the press conference just yesterday. So it remains to be seen whether or not the release of the full files will actually take place. But if that doesn't happen, there will be quite a bit of backlash against the Trump administration for thinking we're stupid enough to think that, he wanted to release the files, but now is trying to hold it up in phony investigations.
Well, I have one question for you, if I can. Yesterday, there was a press conference. There were many people. The farmers were there. If they were actually abused, and many of them were, why don't they simply release the names of their abusers? Why didn't they, during the press conference, say, I was abused by Mr. X, I was abused by Mr. Y? You don't have to wait for the government. If you're a victim of a crime, you have a perfect right to identify your accusers, and then your accuser has the right to fight back. I was accused. I fought back. I won. I prevailed because I was able to prove beyond any doubt that I couldn't have been at the places she claimed I was. And she ultimately admitted that she may have confused me with somebody else and withdrew her accusations. Why can't the alleged victims name the perpetrators themselves? What's wrong with that? Why do you have to wait for the government to do it?
Okay, Anna?
They might fear for their lives, number one. They might worry about political persecution or lawfare used against them. And they have said, by the way, that they are willing to release the names to members of Congress who are helping them in this effort should the Trump administration continue to stand in the way of the release of the full Epstein files. And, you're putting yourself in a weird position here because you claim you were wrongfully accused. That's different from being abused by wealthy, powerful billionaires who have been able to bury the Epstein files for decades at this point. I mean, you would know better than anyone. You were the lawyer defending Epstein, and you secured that sweetheart deal for him in 2008, which essentially allowed for him to leave prison and continue engaging in the same abusive, exploitative, rape behavior. So the way that our criminal justice system is set up does not really bode well for the victims and survivors in this case. And I think that's the reason why we find ourselves in the position today. I don't think that it's a perfect solution to just release raw files. But that's what happens in lieu of a fair criminal justice system that actually seeks justice for survivors.
Josh, I'm going to bring you in a moment, but Alan, I know you want to interject again. We seem to be having an issue with your audio when you try and speak with Anna, so my apologies if you haven't been able to get your point across. Go ahead now, and then we'll bring Josh into the conversation.
First of all, the sweetheart deal, Jeffrey Epstein hated it. He refused to pay my fee. On the emails, he calls me a terrible lawyer. He says I'm crazy because he didn't think it was a very good deal because he had to go to jail. Second, the idea that you're proposing that the list be given to members of Congress and that Congress members read it on the floor is true McCarthyism, because if a member of Congress reads the accusation on the floor, that means they can't be sued. Nobody can sue them. That's what Joseph McCarthy did in the 50s. He would get up on the floor of the Senate and he would say, I have a list of the following 10 people who are communists. Many of them were totally innocent. But because it was read on the floor of the Congress, the speech and debate clause prohibits anybody from suing about that. And that's what some of the people are trying to do today. They're trying to get senators and congressmen to read the names, which would deny them the right I had, the right to sue my false accuser and make sure that we have a truthful resolution.
Josh, I want to bring you in here.
And are you being sincere in wanting to release the Epstein files? Because wouldn't the release of the Epstein files name some names? I mean, that's really interesting. It's a little bit of an inconsistency in the argument you're making here.
I want all the files out, but I also want information out there that would attack the credibility of false accusers. That's why I want all the information, nothing redacted, everything out there so the public could judge.
Okay, Josh, let's bring you in. What do you make of what you've heard from both Alan and Anna? And also, I want you to answer the question I've asked both of our previous panelists. Why has Trump backflipped and agreed to release and sign off on this deal, on this bill now?
Sure. So first of all, 2 points that Alan that he made that I think are very well taken and worth underscoring. One is this notion of the speech and debate clause, one of the lesser invoked and probably lesser understood clauses in the U.S. Constitution. That point, Alan, is very well taken. You have essentially full immunity when it comes to speech on the floor of the U.S. Congress. There's not a whole lot you can do about that when it comes to a litigation perspective. So that's a very astute point, frankly. And it's actually the first time that I've heard anyone mention it in this particular context. So that point is very well taken. Another thing that Alan said that I've also been privately wondering for some months, perhaps even some years now, is it's true that for the victims, there is nothing that is preventing them from just naming some names there. And I've personally been wondering a little bit why we don't see more of that. So just a couple of things to kind of keep on the back burner, I think, as we continue our conversation. As far as your main question as to the timing as to why this is now, well, it seems to me that two things have happened. One is that the Trump administration, Attorney General Bondi, and so forth, this obviously has not been their finest hour. Right? I think that would be a very polite way of saying it. Going back to July when they wrote this page-and-a-half memo essentially saying that there is no such thing as the Epstein files, just a handful of months after Attorney General Bondi was on Fox News saying that the files are sitting on my desk. That is a circle that simply cannot be squared. There's really no way around that. And the backlash has been invariably fairly intense for a number of months now. So on the one hand, this is somewhat of a self-inflicted wound from which they've simply never been able to recover for about 4.5 months, give or take. On the other hand, it looks like the votes are just simply there. The votes are simply there in the House in order to pass the discharge petition. And after that, after you see that you're going to lose, there is something to be said from a pure political calculation to try to get out in front of the horse and to say that, okay, I actually do support this. Go ahead and vote there. You know, give it the imprimatur of legitimacy of a nearly unanimous vote, 427-1, as the case may be. And I think the final thing that is worth noting here, based on all that I can tell, and again, I don't claim to be an expert on this, certainly not as much as Alan is. From all that I can tell, Donald Trump has virtually nothing to be scared of here when it comes to releasing the Epstein files. Donald Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago. Donald Trump deeply distanced himself from Jeffrey Epstein beginning possibly as early as 2004. It seems like Jeffrey Epstein really actually had it out for Donald Trump. We saw that in these recently unearthed text exchanges that Epstein was having with Stacey Plaskett, the non-voting congresswoman from the Virgin Islands, trying to get Michael Cohen to say things that would be damaging to Trump and the Trump organization. So it seems like Epstein, frankly, hated Donald Trump, actually. So he really has very, very little to fear here from all that I can glean based on full exposure. So I think all of those factors combined is why you're seeing this vote happening right now.
He may not have anything to fear, Josh.
Josh,
but can I mean,
ask Trump could have...
Go ahead, Anna.
Trump could have unilaterally released... Sorry about that, but, you know, look, you're right. I will totally concede. So far, there hasn't been any indication that Donald Trump engaged in the hideous, disgusting treatment, rape, and abuse of minors. So I agree with you on that. But what's so interesting to me, Josh, is the fact that Trump could have literally unilaterally released the Epstein files, but he has fought tooth and nail against the release, which, at least in the very least, gives the appearance of a cover-up. It is not a good look for the Trump administration at all.
I'll tell you exactly why he did this, because he said why he did that. He explained that actually in a quote that was literally 1 or 2 days ago, and his rationale is actually exactly what my own rationale is. So I deeply sympathize with this. Which is, for me, this whole Epstein mess is probably ranks somewhere between the 40th and 50th most important issue, if that I care about. The median American does not give a crap about this. I am sorry to say that is just
That's
the
not
case.
what the polling indicates.
cares about cost of living, cares about inflation. They care about affordability. They care about paying for their mortgages. They care about not having to make a trade-off in the local supermarket between chickens and eggs when you get to the cashier to pay for your groceries. They care about the cost of housing. They care about immigration. They care about crime.
They care about both.
They care about a million other things rather than this.
Why would Trump feel pressure to release the files if there isn't overwhelming? There's a groundswell of support in releasing the files, both on the left and the right. This is one of the very rare issues in this country that has brought both sides of the political aisle together.
Anna is saying this because Anna does this for a living. She's just talking and commentating for a living. People in the punditry and in the commentary class.
So do you. What do you do for a living, Josh?
I never denied that, Anna. But what I'm saying is that you are falling prey to the commentator's syndrome here of caring about deeply, deeply online blue check Twitter style issues. Most Americans don't care about this. Most Americans have some interest in it because, yes, it entails a lot of things that people think about the ruling class, the elites there, and there are good reasons for trying to get to the truth and trying to get justice long overdue for the very real victims in this horrific, horrific scandal. But most Americans on a daily basis are not thinking about this. Period.
We'll just bring Alan in there because I know he's having an issue with his audio. We'll come back to you in a moment as well. Anna, Alan, jump in.
Okay, I want to correct one error. Trump could not unilaterally release the material. He could release some of it. But much of the material has been sealed by judges, 3 federal judges in New York. I know because some of the material that was sealed in my case. Some of the material is explosive and dramatic, and judges have sealed that material. And the New York Times and all of the media could go to these judges and ask them to be unsealed. But the President of the United States has no authority to release material that has been sealed by judges. So the President does have the authority to tell the Justice Department to release material they have, but not to release material that's under seal by the court. And that's where the media comes in.
I'm referring to the DOJ documents, yes. The DOJ documents. They can be released unilaterally by the executive branch.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Josh, and you're saying nobody cares about this. This is number 40th on the list of issues that people care about. They care about affordability. If that's the case, why was Trump campaigning so strongly on this and not affordability?
He did mention it every so often on the campaign trail.
Every so often. This was a big platform.
It really was not. I object to that premise. I have actually gone back and reviewed it there, and it really was not like this was like a typical line in the 2024 election speech. You had Donald Trump say it every so often there. You had other folks say it every so often as well. This is not a major plank of the Trump-Vance 2024 platform. It absolutely was not. That is revisionist history at its finest. Okay, look, this has been a self-inflicted wound. This has been a major sore spot, a black eye on this administration. I am not here to apologize for the way this administration has handled this. I think there have been a lot of errors made. And what I've said on my show repeatedly is I think that Donald Trump should have an Oval Office sit down, look into the camera, and just level with the American people and say very clearly what has happened here. Will there be accountability for it? What steps were mishandled? What went wrong? How are we going to rectify it, et cetera? I think that transparency at this point is certainly a very, very good course of action. And I was happy to see his flip-flop of sorts on Sunday evening heading into this week. So there's a lot that I think he could do to try to clean this up. But I totally object to the notion this was like a major plank. He wouldn't have won the 7 swing states if he was campaigning on the Epstein files. He was campaigning on 9.1% inflation from the Biden administration reaching in the summer of 2022, on the fact that there were millions and millions and millions of unvetted criminal aliens making their way into this country, MS-13 rape gangs, things like that. That is what won Donald Trump the election, okay? Not the Epstein files. That's revisionist history at its finest.
Anna, if this was...
What did you think he was referring to when he would say that his goal, his objective as president is to drain the swamp? When he would refer to the deep state, what do you think he was referring to? There is a reason why his base, or at least a significant portion of his base, was very much fired up in supporting him because they thought that he was actually going to follow through on those promises. And by the way, I mean, sure, you could make the argument that Trump wasn't incessantly talking about releasing the Epstein files on the campaign trail, but you can point to specific examples in which he did do that. And on top of that, when you have the nomination of Kash Patel as the FBI director, he obviously focused heavily on the release of the Epstein files leading up to his appointment. You also have Pam Bondi. By the way, the other thing is, don't you guys find it super strange that they went from, okay, we're going to release the files, to now all of a sudden, actually, no files exist. Turns out there's no files at all. And then today, we're now learning that obviously there are files. There are files, and you have the House Oversight Committee releasing at least a portion of them. And I want to pour cold water on the notion that Larry Summers, there's no proof so far in what we've seen that he has raped anyone, so I want to be clear about that. However, the documents that have been released by the House Oversight Committee indicate that he was having an affair with a young woman he was tutoring, and in an email exchange with Jeffrey Epstein, in which he was getting advice from Epstein on how to handle this affair he was having, he made it abundantly clear that the only reason why this young woman that he was tutoring was dating him or whatever is because of his power. I am not comfortable with him having any role or position at Harvard University, knowing full well that he uses his power to essentially, get these young women to engage in sexual relationships with him. Relationship is generous. Affairs with him.
Alan?
I want to make sure that Harvard fires every woman who has ever had an affair while she's married. The idea that we have
these
It's not
about the affair. It's about using your power the way that he used his power to have that affair.
There's no indication of that. All he said was that he wanted. It was foolish. Of course, why he retired. But there's nothing criminal about it. And Elizabeth Warren, who has always wanted to get rid of Larry Summers because of his support for Israel, and the others have always been just excuses about that, immediately jumped on board and said, now I, the government, want to tell Harvard how to run its affairs. This is after years of saying, Elizabeth Warren, that she doesn't think that the government, Trump, should have any influence on Harvard's policies. But suddenly the senator from Massachusetts wants to tell Harvard who to hire, who to fire, and who to take away from tenure. She is such a hypocrite, and there's so much hypocrisy.
That's a nice deflection. Nice deflection. I'm talking about a person in a position of power at Harvard using that position of power to essentially engage in inappropriate relationships with people far younger than him. It's the power dynamic and power imbalance that's an issue here.
Okay, we'll let Alan respond because his audio is breaking up when he tries to interject there. So, Alan, go ahead.
Well, let's ask the woman herself. Let's not try to put ourselves in her place. If she thinks she was abused or improperly influenced because of the power differential, she has the right to bring a sexual harassment suit. There are Harvard rules about that, but she hasn't done that. So what we've done is we've used these emails as an opportunity on both sides, because President Trump has also mentioned Larry Summers. And, I think that people's personal lives, you're right, of course, if there were sexual harassment involved, but don't just allege it, prove it. Bring the woman forward. Let's see what she says. She doesn't seem to have any complaint about her alleged relationship. First of all, we don't even know whether the relationship was consummated. We have advice being requested about whether or not to go forward. So, you know, this idea of everybody mentioned by any email immediately loses their job explains, I think, why there's been so much reluctance to have this thing go forward. This Epstein is the new McCarthyism. We're seeing new McCarthyism, denial of due process, denial of presumption of innocence. Decent people in the interests of doing what they think is the right thing are prepared to neglect the Constitution, prepared to neglect the rule of law in order to get their results achieved. That is very dangerous for America.
I'm going to move us on to our next segment in a moment, Anna. I want to ask you a question directly, Anna.
It's the result of a lack of justice for the survivors for decades. That's what happens.
It is for decades. And if Democrats were so keen on this transparency, why didn't they release the files when they were in office?
Because they're garbage and they were part of the cover-up. That's why. Because there are also Democrats implicated in the Epstein files. That's why. This is not a partisan issue. This is an issue of powerful elite individuals engaging in criminal behavior, in bad behavior, and cover-ups of their buddies and for themselves. That is the problem here. The American people, both on the left and the right and in the middle, want to know whether or not we are governed by and judged on based on pedophiles who have these and hold these positions of power. That's what we want to know. That's what this is about. This is not anyone who's framing this as a partisan issue, and I will concede that corporate media, legacy media, they're hyper-focused on some made-up partisan angle here. This is not about partisanship. This is about justice for the survivors, and it's about knowing whether or not we have disgusting pedophiles governing us in the government.
Respond to that, Alan, and then I'm going to move us on.
Sorry, I have to say something. You sound just like Joseph McCarthy. We have pedophiles running our government.
Okay,
we have imposition of authority. That's what Joseph McCarthy did. I have a list of pedophiles who are running America. You are a McCarthyite. You are the worst violator of due process. You are exactly what this country has to be afraid of. Shame on you.
This brings me exactly...
I would be more afraid of a guy who signs up to be the defense attorney for said pedophile, the guy who in 2018 provided legal counsel and advice to Harvey Weinstein. It is interesting. Has there been a convicted, pedophile or a bad actor that you haven't signed up to defend? I think your credibility on this matter is lacking. I'd say that.
Yeah,
all right, let's let Alan respond.
It's almost like a defense attorney or something.
Let's just let Alan have a right to reply on that.
I am proud of my role as a lawyer, but typically of McCarthyites, you attack the lawyers, you blame the lawyers for their clients. You are the personification of 21st century McCarthyism.
Okay. I think this takes us nicely into our next section because we want to talk about justice, about transparency, about the victims here, which I think leads on from what you're saying there, Alan. Jeffrey Epstein died in a New York jail in 2019 while awaiting trial on these sex trafficking charges. So while all this political wrangling has been going on, the women who allege they were abused by Epstein and his clients have been denied any semblance of justice. Josh, bearing in mind what we've been hearing and Alan saying that this is the new McCarthyism, will the eventual release of these files lead to justice, lead to prosecution and more clarity, or is it going to just spawn more conspiracy theories?
I am deeply bearish on the prospect of meaningful justice happening. As a general rule of thumb, by the way, when it comes to scandals from Russiagate collusion hoax in 2016, I'm very bearish on the possibility of long overdue justice when it comes to the COVID-19 scamdemic and all of that. And I'm equally bearish on the possibility of long overdue justice when it comes to this. There's all sorts of issues here that could preclude justice. One is that, what Alan is saying about let's get a full release with zero redactions, for better or for worse, I'm just here to say that is all but assuredly not going to happen. Whatever is released after this law that has just been passed by both chambers of Congress, when Trump signs it into law, there are going to be a lot of redactions there. I'm sorry to say it, that is going to be the case. The equally important, if not more important thing, is that I think most, or at least a lot, of what could possibly lead to a prosecutor to file charges is still not going to come up in this, because it's going to be under heavily sealed grand jury testimony that's never going to see the light of day. And there are all sorts of legitimate rules under America's system of criminal procedure why grand jury testimony really, with the most minimal exceptions possible, does not see the light of day. There are actually very good reasons for that when it comes to the structural integrity of the criminal justice system. Then there's also all sorts of possible statutes of limitations issues there. So no, for all of the above reasons, I don't see there being real justice there. I'm not happy to say that, by the way. I very much would like there to be justice, but I just don't necessarily see it coming. So I think the most likely outcome, unfortunately, is that whatever happens, perhaps it will allow President Trump to pivot and to move on, as he so clearly wants to do, to focus on the economy, things, frankly, that, again, I care more about, that I think most American voters care about there. That's the best possible outcome, but the worst possible outcome is that could happen in conjunction with just the continuing rumor-mongering of conspiracy theories and ultimately no justice.
We lost your audio at the beginning of your answer there, Josh. I apologise for that. Anna, what do you make of what Josh has said? Will this be so heavily redacted that there, one, won't be any semblance of justice, and perhaps it's going to just become more fuel for this whole cover-up conspiracy?
I unfortunately agree with Josh. I think that is the likely outcome. The question is how the American people are going to react to that. I think one of the biggest problems we're experiencing right now in the United States, and I think everyone on this panel can probably agree on this, there is a lack of trust among the American people toward our longstanding institutions. And it's because they feel that our institutions have failed us. And so this Epstein issue is really at the heart of the rot that we as Americans are experiencing in our own country. And it goes to a much larger issue, if you ask me, about how these institutions absolutely must be reformed. Because if we can't rely on our criminal justice system to ensure justice for actual victims, for actual survivors of pedophilia, rape, and all sorts of other crimes, what's the point of the government in the first place? Why am I paying taxes? So these institutions can continuously fail me and my fellow Americans. So, I think that that's actually a pretty good prediction, and it pains me to agree with that prediction. But what really matters is how the American people are going to react to that, because I think the reason why Trump changed his rhetoric in the last minute on the release of the Epstein files is because of the pressure he's been facing by his own base, to their credit.
Alan, what do you think, Alan? Go ahead.
I agree generally with everything she said. I think we do have a problem with trust in our institutions, the media, academia, the hard left, the hard right. We are moving away from being a centrist country, which is interested in objective truth and due process in the Constitution. Everybody today has to pick sides. And what I worry about is when you get a frenzy about communism back in the 50s, frenzy about the Epstein files now. When you get a frenzy, the first catastrophe, the first institutions that suffer are constitutional rights. They're unpopular anyway. Due process rights, right to counsel, who you can represent without being accused of being part of the cover-up itself. So I think we're seeing a diminution in respect for the Constitution, for the media, for government institutions. And I think the frenzy around the Epstein case has contributed considerably to the diminution of respect for our institutions, especially the Constitution.
Alan, do you think anything about this current frenzy, as you describe it, do you think anything is about accountability, or has this devolved into being purely about political point scoring?
I think it's a lot about political point scoring. But let's remember one thing, too. All these accusations were made 20 years ago. A lot of these women went to lawyers. The lawyers, in fact, filed lawsuits. Many of them received checks for $50,000 from the Epstein estate. Many lawyers, again, I'm going to support the rights of lawyers to do this, but lawyers have gotten very rich from bringing these things. So there's been a lot of accountability. I would love to see a list of how much money has been paid to people who claim to be victims. That all started a long time ago, but now we have a new frenzy resulting from Epstein's death, resulting from the politicization of this. And it's the new frenzy that has created a situation where we're prepared to diminish our respect for the Constitution.
Anna, what do you make of that? Because I know legal cases are expensive. You've got probably average middle class women up against some of the richest, most powerful people. Does this come back to your point about power before? I mean, if posing a legal case is likely to bankrupt people, what gives them any sort of semblance of power to name names, to pursue a case, as Alan is saying, that they're allowed to?
Not in this case. Let me correct one thing.
Not only... Sorry, go ahead, Alan.
Okay. All you had to do is file a complaint, and you immediately got $50,000. It wasn't expensive. The lawyer took 30% of it. But every woman who filed a complaint against the Epstein estate got paid. And indeed, we know that there are some women who filed complaints and got paid who never met Jeffrey Epstein. Their lawyers put them up to it. So, but we've seen a lot of payments to people. That all happened back years and years ago. And now we're seeing a renewal of this in an effort to get justice by naming names of people. As long as the names are, I'm okay with that. But if there are false accusations, there has to be an opportunity to correct the record.
Anna?
I'm curious about something. You know, right now, Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been convicted of the crime she committed, who has, essentially been notorious for recruiting underage girls and even raping some of them herself, by the way. She was in, I would argue, the appropriate prison facility initially until Todd Blanche interviewed her, got clearance that President Donald Trump had not engaged in any wrongdoing, and then she was suddenly moved to the Club Med of prisons where she gets to play with puppies, and even in that context gets special treatment compared to the other inmates. What are your feelings about that, Alan?
Well, let me be very clear about that.
Do you think that's where she belongs?
She always belonged in a minimum security prison. Why? She is not a danger of escaping, and she's not a danger of doing anything to people in the prison. The Bureau of Prisons are not supposed to. The Bureau of Prisons are supposed to look at the person and ask whether or not that person can be satisfactorily housed in a minimum, medium, or maximum security. They're not part of the system of trying to respond to whether or not the public wants them to be heard or not. So she should have been in a minimum security all the time. And people like her,
That's
if
not
she
true.
hadn't been Epstein, would have been put in a minimum
That's not true,
security.
Alan. That's a lie. Why are you lying about this? That facility has no one else like her in it because rapists, including those who prey on minor girls, okay, do not belong in a minimum security prison facility where they get to play with puppies.
You don't look at the classification, you look at the actual person, and you look at the person and you say, looking at her, she's a middle-aged, elderly woman, she poses no dangers, she should be in a minimum security prison. That's number one. Number two, I've had many cases where when you cooperate with the government, you get transferred to a better prison. That happens all the time. I can tell you categorically, because I've been doing this for 60 years, that she is being treated no differently from other similarly situated defendants who have been willing to talk to the government and provide them information. But it's so easy to pick on her. You know,
that is not what the reports indicate.
Jeffrey Epstein hadn't died, she wouldn't even have been prosecuted. She would have been a witness. She is serving Jeffrey Epstein's sentence. Now, I'm not here to defend her. I'm not her lawyer. I'm just saying that if you look at the situation, she is being treated exactly the way similarly situated people have been treated, except that she's more famous and more notorious.
Josh, what do you make of all of this?
That is not what the reports indicate. That is not what the reports indicate. I have to respond to that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not only that, you literally have a direct quote from a prison guard at this fancy facility saying verbatim, "I'm tired of being Ghislaine Maxwell's." So you literally have prison guards at this facility basically taking orders from a convicted person who has preyed on young girls, recruited young girls to be raped, and engaged in that lascivious activity herself. I don't know why you would die on this hill. I find it very strange, but okay. I mean, do you, boo? Whatever you want.
Let me tell you, I'm going to break news here and tell you something interesting that hasn't been reported yet. At the press conference the other day, there was a woman, her last name is O-O-H, and she went to the press conference wanting to appear at the press conference, but they excluded her because she had evidence that some of the women who have been accusers have themselves been involved in recruiting, have themselves been involved in being paid by Epstein to bring young women. And because she was prepared to tell the whole truth about some of these women, not all, not most, but some of the women brought girls to Epstein, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girls that were paid $200, $250 each. They weren't prosecuted. They are regarded today as survivors. They
were minors, Alan. What is wrong with you? Jesus. They were minors. Are you saying this because you're trying to draw attention away from the fact that Ghislaine Maxwell was the head honcho of recruiting these girls? She even recruited, Virginia Giuffre from Mar-a-Lago, which Trump basically alluded to publicly.
Okay.
Like, what are you doing here?
Alan, respond.
About minors, we're talking about adults, some of them as old as 25 years old, and they were involved in recruitment. There is now a lawsuit pending by this woman which will demonstrate that. No, I'm not talking about minors who recruited other minors. I'm talking about adults who recruited other minors. We have to know that, too. Let's not suppress any truth.
Okay, great. Then prosecute them. But don't try to launder the reputation of Ghislaine Maxwell by drawing attention away from her, minimizing her role in all of this. Okay, minimizing the fact that she's at the Club Med of, prison facilities. I really do take issue with that. There's something wrong with how your brain works on this. It's weird.
Be at that Club Fed. Any imprisonment is horrible, and she's in a terrible, terrible situation. Now, whether she deserves it or not, we disagree about, but she is being treated the way the Department of Corrections should treat people, based on the individual threats, based on the likelihood of escape, and in her case, it's 0 and 0.
Josh, I want to bring you in. I want you to weigh in on what you've heard so far. I also want you to weigh in on the question that I asked a bit earlier. Is any of this about accountability, or is this only about point scoring, political point scoring now?
Sure. So first of all, I really don't have strong opinions, to be honest with you, which is why I didn't hop in there as to whether or not Ghislaine Maxwell is at the appropriate level of security prison. For what it's worth, I've agreed with a lot of what Alan has said thus far. One area where Alan and I very much disagree. Alan is a career criminal defense attorney, so his inclination is typically to maximize due process and typically to maximize defense and so forth. There, as a lawyer myself, my instincts are more towards lock them away and throw away the keys. That's kind of where my priors are in situations like this. There, so I am much more inclined towards maximal security prison and very lengthy life sentence. Frankly, I think that the death penalty should be used a lot more often than it currently is. That's a conversation perhaps for another day. But I think your question is probably the more relevant one for the viewers, right? Which is whether or not a lot of what we're seeing right now has to do with genuine desire for long overdue justice or for political point scoring. And it seems to me that I do think that Alan is correct on this. I think that the vast majority of what you're seeing here is political point scoring. So it's very difficult for me to take Rocha Hanna and a lot of these other leading Democrats seriously when they're grandstanding here on the Epstein files, when they did absolutely nothing. They did absolutely nothing during the entire 4 years of the Biden administration. I talked earlier about the Pam Bondi circle being impossible to square. Well, that is another circle that is simply impossible to square. Even Anna acknowledged that as well. So, the hypocrisy is frankly utterly glaring, and it deeply, deeply, deeply undercuts Democratic claims to credibility and integrity when it claims to trying to get to the truth here. And I think that another reason why I don't fully buy really a lot of what both parties are currently saying when it comes to trying to seek to seek justice is because, again, I just don't think justice is coming. I'm sorry to say that again. I'm sorry to emphasize that point. But for reasons of redactions, for reasons of grand jury testimony that is simply never going to be unsealed, and for reasons of statute of limitations, because a lot of this took place 2 decades or more ago, I simply just don't see justice coming. So for all of the above reasons, I think that this is some really feckless, bogus kind of WWE, wrestling, fake wrestling style TV theater trying to get political point scoring, which only underscores my point that a lot of this ultimately is a real distraction from the real issues that I think most American people care about right now.
Can I please buttress that point? Because there's another layer to this that, does reinforce what you're saying, Josh, to some extent. I mean, just today, journalist Ken Klippenstein obtained a document that House Speaker Mike Johnson was passing around in the House of Representatives just yesterday ahead of the House vote on releasing the Epstein files. And in it, he makes the argument that the release of the Epstein files threatens national security. And that is another avenue in which the files could either be withheld or heavily redacted under this false pretense that the release and the transparency of the files would threaten national security. So there are different avenues in which the cover-up will continue to ensue. But again, I think that that will actually do far more damage to this country and the trust that Americans have in our institutions. I'm worried about what that is eventually going to lead to. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. But generally speaking, I agree with what you're saying. I don't think we're going to get full justice. And I mean, that's one of the worst things. I mean, injustice cannot stand in a country that prides itself as a democracy for the people, by the people, and for the people.
I would be skeptical that we're getting a single prosecution at this. I'd be curious if Ann and Alan, if you guys agree with that. I genuinely don't think there's going to be a single legitimate prosecution out of this whole affair. I hope I'm wrong. I very much hope I'm due. I don't see it happening. I really don't.
Why do you hope that you do? Why don't you hope that there should be a prosecution if there are guilty people, and there should be a prosecution of people who made false claims? Remember, even the Bible, the Ten Commandments, says thou shalt not bear false witness. And the punishment for bearing false witness was the punishment that would have been given to the person who you falsely accused. So I want full justice. I want full justice for everybody who was a perpetrator, but I want justice for everybody who swore under oath, made accusations that turn out to be completely, totally bogus and false.
I agree. I agree with all this, Alan. I agree with all this.
Okay. Let's do justice for everybody.
Anna, what do you have commented on your social media across X that you think Epstein could have been an Israeli asset. Is this not, again, just perpetuating conspiracy theories that's detracting from the victims?
No, it's not.
Is this the national security threat that you've alluded to?
Well, there were certainly a lot of claims prior to the House Oversight Committee and Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, his emails getting hacked and released as well. And it was because of various ties that Epstein did have to Mossad, for instance. Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, was a well-known spy for the Israelis, and he's the one who introduced Epstein to his daughter. There were other, circumstantial pieces of evidence that people would lean into to make these claims. However, since the House Oversight Committee released these files, at least some of the files, and since we have some of Ehud Barak's emails, Dropsite News has been doing amazing reporting that unfortunately is not really getting much pickup from our legacy media outlets that shows the various business deals that Epstein had negotiated and facilitated on behalf of the Israeli government, Israeli individuals within the government, and Israeli firms. One of their more recent pieces of reporting was about how Epstein was working with a financial institution in order to facilitate the financing of an Israeli cyber weapons company or cyber weapons product. And so these types of connections are really interesting because it does show that he was very much working alongside the Israeli government in certain instances on certain deals. Now, whether or not he was running a blackmail operation on behalf of Mossad as a Mossad asset, that's one of the claims that I think people are hoping the release of the Epstein files will either disprove or confirm.
Okay, Alan, go ahead.
direct information on this. Jeffrey Epstein came to Israel once to visit me. I was writing a book called The Genesis of Justice. He flew in that morning. He had never been to Israel before. He asked me to arrange a lunch, and I did at the Citadel Hotel with 4 or 5 of Israel's smartest people. I arranged the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court and other people. Then
we seem to have lost your audio there, Alan. Just one.
Okay.
Okay, no, we've got you back. We've got you back. Alan, we want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
So then he asked me to take a walk through the shuk, and we took a walk, and he saw a shirt that he liked. It was an IDF tan shirt, and I bought it for him for $6 or $7.95, and he put it on, and there was a picture of it. And some of the people who have accusing him of being on the Mossad say, see, this picture proves he was a member of the Mossad. Now, I have, as a lawyer, represented the Mossad. I helped get 5 Israelis out of a Cyprus prison. I have a good relationship. I'm not a member of the Mossad. I'm not a spy. But I know the former head of the Mossad, the current head of the Mossad. I can state for you categorically, if Epstein had worked for the Mossad, I would have used that to help him get an even better deal. I asked him that question. I asked it to him directly. He would have been motivated to tell me if he had worked for the CIA, if he had worked for any intelligence agency. So I can tell you categorically that Jeffrey Epstein never worked for any intelligence agency, Israel or the United States, and any statement to the contrary is pure McCarthyism again. Oh, he must have worked because he knew Ghislaine Maxwell's father. They didn't know each other. Maxwell's father died early on. Yes, Maxwell's father probably did work for the Mossad, but it's pure McCarthyism to associate Jeffrey Epstein for the most part. By the way, if he had worked for the Mossad, he'd have been so proud of it. He'd been so happy about it, and he would have been bragging about it as he bragged about other things.
Seems pretty conclusive, Anna.
I just look, it's hilarious to me that you're using the purchase of an IDF uniform or whatever you're claiming as the one thing that people are focusing on to make the claim that he was working as a Mossad asset. I think people are more concerned about the various cameras in the rooms in which young girls were being raped. They're concerned about the fact that Ehud Barak had such a close and cozy relationship with Epstein. The fact that a Mossad agent who was also working for Ehud Barak stayed for weeks at a time on multiple occasions at Jeffrey Epstein's Manhattan apartment. There are too many connections that have been confirmed between Epstein and the Israeli government. And that is what people are pointing to, not the fact that he wore like an IDF T-shirt one day.
Josh, go ahead. What do you make of it?
Epstein had connections to numerous foreign governments. He was deeply well connected with the British government, with MI5. He was also very connected with the United States. And while we're kind of on the topic of just throwing out completely unvetted conspiracy theories, let me suggest one alternative.
It's not unvetted. It's all in the documents that have been released. Check out Dropsite News. Dropsite News.
I'm going to throw it out there as an alternative conspiracy while we're going to La La Land here. Why don't we consider the possibility while we're going down this path that maybe Jeffrey Epstein was actually a CIA asset, given the CIA's longstanding Arabist dispensation, their longstanding hostility to Israel. Maybe that Jeffrey Epstein actually was trying to entice Ehud Barak and other Israeli officials, then trying to blackmail and discredit the Israelis so as to further the CIA's generally pro-Arab orientation over the course of the past 4 years. I don't actually believe that.
Oh my God, Josh, you're hilarious. You're hilarious. Mossad, CIA, same.
Because I don't do conspiracy theories. Unlike Anna, I don't do conspiracy theories, so I don't actually believe that. What I'm saying,
I don't do glazing for a foreign government that's engaged in genocide.
Makes a lot more sense than the lunatic online garbage that he was Mossad. What I just said makes more sense. Neither is correct. What I said makes more sense.
Okay, I know Alan wants to jump in and he's having audio issues. Alan, go ahead.
I have direct information. Jeffrey Epstein did have one video camera. It was installed. I remember exactly where it was installed, near his desk in the living room, because he had reported to the Palm Beach police back in, 2001, 2002, that somebody had stolen a gun and some money from him. And so the Palm Beach police put a video camera in the living room. There were no video cameras in any bedroom. Why? I asked them. I said, if there are video cameras in any bedroom, I can use that to help you get a better deal. I stayed in Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom when I was his lawyer. My wife, my daughter, my granddaughter, we all stayed when the house was empty. There were no cameras. If there were cameras in Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom, I pleaded for him to please disclose those cameras because they would have proved beyond any doubt that I didn't do anything wrong. So again, I can categorically state, and this is supported by every investigation that has been done, there were no video cameras. There was no extortion. There was no blackmail. It's all made up. What Epstein did is bad enough, really bad. But let's not create conspiracy theories where there's no evidence to support it, period.
I agree with that.
Anna, a right of reply?
That's all I have to say. Just release the files. It'll confirm or disprove everything we're talking about right now.
The online sleuths these days, just asking questions.
And I know how much you hate when people are asking questions, Josh, especially as it pertains to a foreign country in particular.
Anna, I am happy to debate you on that particular foreign country that you're talking about any time you want. What I condemn
any day,
Josh. Is the nakedly fine. I'll kick your ass and be happy to do it. But what I object to is the nakedly conspiratorial.
Right. I mean, you failed so far when it comes to Dave Smith and others. But okay.
Of asking of various questions that are totally unfounded in the factual record whatsoever, and are literally just trying to stir the pot and trying to drive people crazy and become more insane and lose their touch with reality more and more and more than our present contretemps in society is currently already doing. That is what I object to. There was enough in the news that is causing American people to lose their trust in the narrative, to lose their trust in the ability to discern right from wrong, fact from fiction, and truth from lies. They don't need this garbage peddle that is only going to muddy the waters further. That is what Anna, her friend Tucker Carlson, people like that are increasingly focused on doing these days.
I agree completely. And the essence of McCarthyism has always been false conspiracy theories. And you peddle false conspiracy theories. Your channel peddles false conspiracy theories. And that's what contributes to the kind of McCarthyism.
You're quite litigious there, Alan Dershowitz. And it's interesting how litigious you are considering the fact that you're currently defaming me and the network I work for at this moment. But anyway, I show the receipts anytime we cover these stories. And if there's ever speculation, that speculation is referred to as such, speculation. But the facts are the facts. And so whatever, I mean, I want the release of the Epstein files. Alan, you claim that you want the release of the Epstein files as well. Let's wait and see what happens. But I do think that there's still a continued effort to withhold this information from the American people. And I trust the American people to judge the information as it comes out and decide who on this panel is right and who's wrong. We'll wait and see.
We will wait and see. And I wish we had more time, but unfortunately we are going to have to leave it there because we're up against the clock. But this has been illuminating, incredibly interesting. I thank all of you for your insights, for your comments, for your analysis. Josh Hammer, Senior Editor-at-Large at Newsweek and host of The Josh Hammer Show. Anna Kasparian, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, the independent American media organisation, and Alan Dershowitz, emeritus professor of law at Harvard and Jeffrey Epstein's former legal team. Thank you to all of you for an incredibly interesting Counterpoints. We look forward to having you all back. And as always, thanks to you for tuning in at home to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to subscribe to Al Arabiya on YouTube so you can catch up with all of our latest debates and interviews, and follow us on X and TikTok so you don't miss a thing. We'll see you next time.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
to have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it, to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambience of the place, and most especially, obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport, and one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Ukraine agrees to a Trump-brokered peace plan after Russian talks take place in Abu Dhabi as deadly strikes on both sides continue. Hamas and Islamic Jihad hand over hostage remains as Israel warns of ceasefire violations. Hundreds of children remain missing following a school kidnapping as violence spreads across Nigeria. Ukraine has agreed to a Trump-brokered peace plan with a few minor details still to be finalised. The reports follow talks in Abu Dhabi between US, Russian and Ukrainian officials after Washington's original 28-point plan was streamlined to 19 points in Geneva. The meeting came amid deadly overnight strikes on Kyiv and Russian border regions. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Dubai 92 presenter John O'Hayes and Managing Director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. John and Michael, great to have you both in the studio with me. There's been lots and lots of moving parts happening today when it comes to the Ukraine-Russian talks and US talks, and there seems to be a lot of manoeuvring. So, Jono, it looks like we might have a deal right now on the table. Ukraine has agreed to the essence of it. What happens now?
Well, Kiev has said it's a yes in principle. I guess it's going to be over to the lawyers, negotiators to try and iron out the bits and pieces of this 19-point framework into a real-term ceasefire to actually come into place. The timeline as well, we don't have any idea about the timeline of this and what's going to happen next. And also, we don't know what Russia's response is going to be just yet. We've heard echoes of what Russia might be thinking about the 19 points that are there, but we know that Zelensky and Trump have to sell this at home, first and foremost. That's what has to happen. They both have to go back, and the Ukrainians have sacrificed a lot during this war, and now they're going to be told that inevitably in this 19-point plan, although we don't know the actual terms of there is going to be concessions, and they're going to be quite dramatic. So selling that at home might be a tough one for Vladimir Zelensky, but Trump on side for Ukraine is exactly what they need right now, and Europe to back the plans here as well. Now, it's good news from the point of view that Geneva have been involved as well with this, so we know that it's a European-backed plan, so we know that there is some credence behind it. But this is going to come down to what Putin thinks. And if he's actually going to say, I'm okay with these points or not, because a ceasefire and any sort of a peace deal being brokered from one side is simply negotiations that have never gone to fruition. And that's a concern.
It is absolutely a concern, Michael. And we do know that, as John has said, still haven't heard from the Russians. There has been a few words from Sergei Lavrov. The mood music really coming out of the Kremlin is what to be expected. They haven't seen this new deal, the 19-point one. They really wanted what was discussed in Alaska, which was the 28-point plan, which had Russians' fingerprints all over it. This is a tricky situation that we remain in, because I also think the big question is, does Ukraine or Russia run out of money first? And is that the end game? Like, does Ukraine have the ability to carry on going?
It's going to be a tough situation for both parties. We've discussed that Ukraine is trying to battle on a daily basis everything that Russia's throwing at them. Meanwhile, Russia is making inroads on the battlefield. Russia seems to be okay with sacrificing more and more people, more and more of their soldiers. Ukrainians are just trying to hold the Russians at bay as best they can. And it's becoming incredibly tricky for both sides for different reasons. Russia, I don't know that they can be an outsider within the international community forever. And it's been 45 months now since the invasion in February of 2022. At a certain point, the Russians are going to need the international community for their economy to kick back in. So they both have reasons to come together for a deal, but they also, I think, both have reasons to sort of dig their heels in and to make this as protracted as possible so that they can get the concessions that both sides want.
I do think one thing, though, we talk a lot about the Europeans and the coalition of the willing, and we've discussed that normally they have talks about talks, and the Europeans have been slow to pull the trigger when Ukraine have need their help. When it comes to weapons, you know, there seems to be always these big discussions happening. But actually, I think the Europeans and the coalition of the willing have actually scored a couple of big wins this week. They managed to push back that Thursday deadline that Donald Trump wanted Ukraine to have signed a deal by then. And also they got rid of that 28-point plan and they put the 19-point plan in place. So I think the Europeans here and the coalition of the willing have actually kind of come to Ukraine's rescue.
Somewhat, but I think the big win here will be Ukraine and US being aligned. Trump being on Ukraine's side to a degree is certainly what needs to happen here for this to be in any way a win. Because when, as Michael rightly said, it's about, I guess, who's going to lose out first. And Russia has the military might. Russia probably realistically also has the financial ability to continue this war and protract it for as long as they would like to do. Ukraine hasn't got the same leverage, so to speak. And the request as well for the missiles coming through from Ukraine, no one in Europe kind of wants to say, OK, let's give them to you. Certainly no one wants to give them for free. So this is costing money, this is costing lives, and Ukraine's about to head into a winter offensive that it really can't afford to go back into again. Russia historically have done very well on winter offensives. They've been through enough of them at this stage. And I think Ukraine is trying to find somewhat of a win, or somewhat of at least a slowdown or a stall, before we head into those next couple of months when it's going to be brutally cold for them to have to fight anything on the ground. And then you're looking at things like drone attacks and strikes and missiles, and that's all going to cost a lot more money than on-ground offensives.
And also, Michael, we are hearing that Zelensky is expected in the US in the coming days really to iron out these finer details, delicate issues. What can we expect from that meeting? And of course, we can't forget that Thursday is actually Thanksgiving in the United States, so it's a pretty big holiday.
And Donald Trump will be in Mar-a-Lago, and the thinking is that President Zelensky will go down there. I think President Zelensky is going to be on a charmed offensive. He's going to be trying to win over as many Republicans and Democrats to his side as possible. He was inspired by the Gaza ceasefire. He recognized that if he's standing on the sidelines, and I'm sure that original first draft, that 28-point plan, probably scared him an awful lot. If I'm not on board and on board quickly and on Donald Trump's side, I'm going to get just steamrolled. I need to make sure that my biggest ally, my strongest supporter, is Donald Trump. If Donald Trump has the Ukrainian president's back, then it will be the two of them against Putin, and that will keep the Ukrainian president and the Ukrainians safe, knowing that their big brother is there watching out for him.
It's quite interesting that you say that, though, because I do think that if we look at the administration, especially the US one, we're looking at Steve Witkoff. I know he's not a diplomat, but he's close to Donald Trump. Of course, he helped broker the Gaza ceasefire deal. He's been very close to Kirill Dmitriev, who is the Russian financial guy who this plan apparently originated with. So I think we have to be cautious about how many hawks there are in Donald Trump's cabinet when it comes to Russia, because I do think that there is still influence from Steve Witkoff, who's a fan of Russia. Marco Rubio may be a little bit more hawkish, but I would wonder how far Donald Trump would turn, considering who's behind him in the administration.
I think the tricky part is that so many of the personnel in the administration seem to have more of a friendly approach to Vladimir Putin than to them being hawks. I think that they would much rather, and Steve Witkoff has said that he doesn't think that Donald Trump is all that bad of a guy. And I think he feels very comfortable having those conversations. He has not traveled to Ukraine, but he has traveled to Russia many times. And that seems to be his comfort zone. I think the administration really does take their cues from the president, and the president really does respect people who are negotiating from positions of power, and that's definitely what Vladimir Putin is doing.
And I think it will be secure. The security assurances that Vladimir Zelensky is looking for from the US are not something that's going to be forthcoming. I think the administration has been very clear about that in the past. Any security assurances will come from within Europe. So I think he going over there more than anything else is to kind of massage the ego of the US government more than anything else. It's probably not to go over there for those security assurances, which he knows already. He's been told he's not going to get them from the US, but he will get that big brother figure just without any troops on the ground. We know that that's not something they're going to get involved in.
And Zelensky cannot risk a bust-up that we saw in the Oval Office again. Like, it just can't happen. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Michael and Jono. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And the US and Israel-backed Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is winding down its controversial aid operations in Gaza after 6 months. The group, which bypassed the UN, has delivered over 187 million meals amid deadly chaos at its sites. While Washington hails its role in facilitating a ceasefire, Hamas and human rights groups called for the accountability over the deaths of hundreds of Palestinians. Michael, let's start with this, because the GHF, as we know, was always seen as extremely controversial. How has this news of the closure of it gone down in Gaza?
So it's been welcomed by Palestinians. It's, for what it's worth, it's been welcomed by Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. It has the various humanitarian organizations have said it won't affect us because we don't deal with them. The majority of people who have been watching the situation unfold for the last 2 years in Gaza are thinking that this is an incredibly good situation for them to go away, because the UN themselves has said that they've weaponized aid. The distribution sites, of which there were only 4, as opposed to the 400 that there are today and there were before, the distribution sites have been classified as death traps, and they are, the GHF has been started and run by the Israeli and the American governments. There just hasn't been the optics that this is an independent organization, and too often the people who were in charge of distributing the food at these sites, they were not handling the situation well, because there were crowds, because you had gone from 400 sites down to 4, and there was so much, I mean, we saw the videos, we saw the photographs of children with empty bowls trying to get as much food as possible. It was horrific, and it was handled badly because people would rush in for the food, and then there'd be shooting. As many as 1,000 Palestinians were killed in the vicinity of these sites. So they don't have a good track record in any way, shape, or form. Also, it was while they were in charge that the international community said that there's a man-made famine that's taking place there. So there's nothing that they can point to, despite the posts on X and various social media platforms from some of the government officials saying, no, actually they did a good job. Nobody who's independent would say that they did a good job.
And it's really interesting because earlier I was speaking to someone from UNRWA, the UN organization, who, of course, was banned from the Gaza Strip by Israel because they were believed to have an affiliation with Hamas. Israel's never been able to give evidence for this. UNRWA has always said it's completely not true. But they said they've got tons and tons of aid waiting at the border, Jono, especially in these freezing temperatures, that they just cannot get in.
The GHF has been a farce from the get-go. Aside from the fact that it's been a death trap, it is a bunch of people who've had no experience whatsoever in distributing aid of any kind in any sort of a war zone, who've taken it upon themselves to try and feed and distribute 189 million meals. The whole thought of it, the whole process of somebody starting from scratch in some field that they've got no idea about and trying to initiate that is farcical when you think about it. It was a badly thought out plan. It was something that gave Israel what they saw as some level of control over the distribution of the aid. 4 centres cannot replace 400 centres. And it certainly can't do it when you're working with people who've had zero experience in this field before. You don't open a restaurant and have 0 chefs and say this is going to work out fine. You've effectively done this with people who are from a completely different industry and have gone in there to try and run the GHF. So from the get-go, this was doomed for failure. We've seen the videos, regardless of what Israel have said. We've seen the videos of what has been happening there. We've seen people who'd been shot because there were scenes of carnage.
And at that time, I remember I did speak to a doctor, a Palestinian doctor, who was working inside of Gaza, and he said to me that people coming in from those GHF sites had bullet wounds and had died from them, but they were bullet wounds from the chest up. So it wasn't even warning shots, but obviously this has all been denied by the GHF. But another thing I want to point to you, Jono, and talk to you about is Hamas has handed over the remains of another Israeli hostage today. What more do we know? And also, how many more remain?
So, again, it's good news. Anytime you hear of a hostage being handed back, that is good news. That is a step further towards getting towards phase 2 of the peace plan. The hostage was handed back to Israel, the body of that hostage this afternoon. It was recovered in central Gaza. Now, Israeli officials have said that there's 3 more hostages who are being held inside Gaza, so that even this handover is, as you say, for one family, that gives some closure and it brings an end, and we're one step closer to moving on from those 2 weeks ago when we were talking about 15 hostages that still remain, the bodies of those inside Gaza. We're down to 3. Now, what they're saying is they're being held inside Gaza, and I don't think that may be a fair representation, and not to give any credit whatsoever to Hamas, but I feel like perhaps those bodies have just not been found yet, and we're dealing with tons and tons of rubble. We know that there is 0 equipment that is on site. Slowly but surely, bit more is getting through, making that job slightly easier. But those 3 bodies have still not been returned. I feel like it's simply perhaps that Hamas cannot locate where those bodies are. But as long as then, we've heard from Netanyahu say previously, as long as there are hostage bodies that remain inside Gaza, phase 2 is not going to get into the full swing of things.
Don't know your thoughts there, Michael, but especially on the hostage situation, it's a very difficult and complicated effort inside of Gaza because, as you say, most of Gaza has been destroyed.
Yeah, there were reports, again, by the UN that as much as 56 million tons of rubble. And that is, you have cities that were just annihilated. And to try and figure out where bodies would be located now. Also, as Hamas has said, and in this particular instance, I believe them, a lot of the people who were responsible for guarding some of those hostages or bodies, they've also died. So we're not sure where the bodies or the remains can be located.
And Israel would argue that they have evidence and they have, intelligence. And they say they know where Hamas has the bodies, but that's the argument of Israel. But thank you so much for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And violence and insecurity are surging across northern Nigeria with mass kidnappings, deadly attacks and rising threats to communities. Hundreds of school children remain missing after being abducted from a school. Jono, let's talk a little bit about this story and what more do we know about these missing children who have reportedly been returned, because about 50 children have been returned and there's still obviously a lot missing.
So since they went missing on Saturday, in the first day or two, yes, 50 kids managed to get away from their kidnappers and make it back to their family from their captors. They've been reunited with their families, as we've heard from church leaders on the ground who are there as well. But there are 250 more children, along with their teachers, who are still missing. Now, here's where things get a bit tricky. Their captors have now taken them to an area which is remote bush, and it is heavily armed gangs who have taken them into this remote bush, who know this area very, very well. The army are now on board to try and get into that area. They're combing huge stretches of land and countryside to try and find them. They lack the expertise for that specific ground that this armed gang have. And you might think, well, why? Why kidnap 300 odd kids plus their teachers from a school? And the simple answer is, and this is speculatively speaking, ransom. And there's a stack of previous examples of this as well. Armed groups kidnap kids to force the families individually, not the government as a whole, to pay large ransoms. The government will be called upon as well to pay ransom towards these groups, and it's becoming a huge source of income to fund criminal gangs within the country, and this is where this has come from. You're dealing with areas where the schools are very remote, and although they may be, in some cases, boarding schools, which I believe this one was, you're also dealing with zero security on ground. So when a gang like this goes in and wants to take 300 odd kids, it is very easy to do it. It's a remote region. There's very little time for the authorities to get involved here as well, and this is political or ideological motives that are at play here. And that is why these kids have gone missing, because on the surface of it, this story is mind-blowing.
And it's really something that's come back into the fore, because I remember 11 years ago reporting on the very similar story, and it was in Chibok in Nigeria, and they did abduct 276, and that was school children. It was very infamous. It made the headlines all over the world. And actually, what's interesting is Donald Trump has got involved in this, Michael. You know, President Donald Trump is saying that they are persecuting Christians in Nigeria, and this has become a big talking point.
Donald Trump feels a kinship to people who look like him or have similar backgrounds. So we know, for instance, with the white South Africans who he's repatriated or repatriated to the States. He's allowing them to come in because he feels that they've been persecuted. In this case, in Nigeria, there are accusations, rumors that maybe Christians are also being persecuted. The government there has said, no, it's sometimes Muslims, it's sometimes Christians. It's the terrorist organizations, the kidnappers are indiscriminate. They don't have, a preference one way or the other. And Donald Trump can be attracted by a news story. The rumor is that he saw something on Fox News, a report about Christians being attacked, and that is what sort of spurred this on. And then you have celebrities, Nicki Minaj, who's getting involved as well. So Donald Trump is somebody who is not necessarily, again, strategic in his foreign policy. He can be very much attracted and swayed by whatever the flavor of the day is.
And let's talk a little bit about, because this is not the only situation in Nigeria at the moment. The World Food Programme predicts nearly 35 million people could actually go hungry in 2026. And that's, of course, next year, fast approaching. How are authorities addressing this particular issue?
So there are limited funds at this point. And what they've recognized is they're going to have to feed the hungriest, which is an incredibly difficult task to figure out who is the hungriest. But that's the way that they have to approach it. There are what they've deemed, the international community, hungry hotspots, of which there are 16 that are at critical levels. And they are also trying to take a more of a long-term approach. What they're going to do is go into communities and try and educate them, but that's not going to give you food today, tomorrow, or in the next few months. They're trying to use tech and more efficient methods. And then they're also going to be trying to generate funding opportunities around the world. When Elon Musk and Doge got rid of US aid, there was a bit of a knock-on effect as well, and other countries cut their programs. So there are estimates that they need about $29 billion to make sure that 35 million people don't go hungry in 2026. And they're so far away from that number that they have to make incredibly difficult decisions. And what it means is that in 2026, there will be a lot of people who will most likely be starving to death.
And it's so sad, because we were talking about the abductions in Nigeria, and now we're talking about 35 million people going hungry, and the desperate situation that's obviously driving.
Exactly. I think it's exactly that. The two are individual stories, but the two are intrinsically linked. There's two schools of thought. One is that this group are objecting to Western ideology when it comes to the school where they've been taught, be it Christian or Muslim schools, the Western ideology in the education system that's in place, which is very akin to Boko Haram's ideology from It's been a while since anyone's mentioned that in a news story. But then there's the school of thought that perhaps this insurgent gang may be feeling the need and the financial pressures to require funding in order to secure food and security and shelter for themselves for the long stint which is on the way, which may be why they're holding kids to ransom. They simply require money for food, knowing that 2026 has got this in store. So both of these stories are intrinsically linked.
And to your point, many of these hotspots, there are repeated attacks, which means there are violence, and then there is economic stress. And there's that cycle that goes around and round. If you're going to be under attack more, you're probably not going to be able to work or work in the fields or go to your job because of the safety issue. And then that leads to economic stress, and it goes around and around.
And we're really seeing that in South Sudan. And that's one of the countries that people are saying people are finding it very difficult to go out to work or to have farming land because of the constant attacks that are happening in the country. But the United Nations has come out today and has condemned a surge in mass kidnappings in north-central Nigeria, and they're calling on the government to just do more. So there seems to be this universal chorus happening right now to make sure that people around the world are safe. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And the US Transportation Secretary has launched a new campaign called To Help Address a Surge in Unruly Passengers. It comes ahead of Thanksgiving, where thousands of Americans do prepare to take long journeys to reach their loved ones. The etiquette campaign includes a suggested dress code, keeping control of children, and a lesson in general manners. Take a listen.
Manners don't stop at the gate. Things aren't what they used to be. Some would call it the golden age of travel. Let's bring civility and manners back. Ask yourself, are you helping a pregnant woman put her bag in the overhead bin? Are you dressing with respect? Are you keeping control of your children? Are you saying thank you to your flight attendants and your pilots? Are you saying please and thank you in general? The golden age of travel begins with you.
I actually remember having an old black and white TV like that. I do. Anyway, tell us more about this campaign, Michael. And is it a good idea, or is it just old-fashioned?
So first of all, I would say it is a good idea. But I would also say that we have to recognize that as much as I think we would all love the golden age of travel to come back, as much as we would enjoy not seeing the person's feet who's sitting next to you, if we're going to take on all of those characteristics again, which we should, then we also need the same space that we had when we were traveling in the 1950s. Right now, we have budget airlines who are looking at maybe having standing seats. So while I agree with the sentiment of Sean P. Duffy, I don't know that rolling it out with an older white man, and he's 54, younger than me, so I can say that he's an older white man. I don't know that that's the way that it should be done. And what I would say, because I know what you're going to ask, is would it be better if it was an older black man? And I would say, no. What they should be doing is having social media influencers looking at, not like this generation is done, but get the next generation. Make sure that the next generation is saying to their parents, you know what, Mom, we shouldn't be going to the airport in our pajamas. We should be not wearing our flip-flops. We should not be wearing shorts. We should take pride in how we look and how we dress when we're traveling. But I also think that what he's talking about is how we should live our lives. Yeah. This isn't just for when you're traveling and when you're asking a flight attendant for another drink. It has to go a little bit further.
Manners make a man. And that is something that a lot of people have forgotten about. And I do think that Michael does have a point when it does come to that. But, Jono, does this border, listen, I'm asking the question, does this border on a nanny state? But let's be honest, you know, something has to be done about these unruly people. But do you want to be told how to dress or give a lesson in manners?
It's risky territory. It does feel a little bit nanny state. We'd rather they focused on things like, you know, the delays or how to have extra legroom or security queues. But what to wear at the airport seems like it should be down the list of priorities. The reminder to be polite, I think, is fine. I think absolutely manners is something that's forgotten. Chivalry is dead in the water, and I think it needs to come back. But when you come down to telling somebody how they need to dress up on board a flight, I think you then risk getting into murky waters as well. Should you be allowed to wear pyjamas on the flight? Well, you've paid for that ticket. I think there's a level of decorum that's expected depending on what you're flying in and also what class of travel you're in. And I firmly believe that when I was younger, I was educated to believe that always dress for the upgrade that you might get at the airport, which is why, and I remember vividly at 12 years of age being put on a flight in a full suit on,
Sweating.
Yes, I was sweating as a 12-year-old.
Sweating it out.
In responsible parenting, that was how I was, and I was always educated that, you dress up for a flight, and I still keep that to this day. Yeah. I do judge people when I see them wearing, I'm not going to lie and say I don't, when they wear pyjamas on board the flight. Is it their right? I mean, kind of. They paid for their seat.
Annoying.
I know, and they're heathens, but at the same time, it's their right. They've bought their ticket as well. And I do always think, and I think for anyone who's flying business or first class, wear what you want. If you want to go in your pyjamas, you've bought your seat. You deserve to wear whatever you want. If you want to be comfortable, do what you want. But if you do dress somebody up, you'll act well, and I believe that firmly. Wedding guests are the only exception, but if you dress well, you'll act well.
So I have a different take on this, maybe a little bit more in the thinking that if you go to anywhere that's a public space and you're going to be you're going to be a civilian among the masses, have a bit of respect. Yeah. Like, just have a bit of respect. Put deodorant on, wash your clothes, wear something decent to get on a plane. OK, it can be comfortable. It doesn't have to be tight jeans or, a corset dress like in the Victorian times. But just have a bit of respect. And I do find that right now, we've lost that respect. People walk around the airport in their slippers with these annoying things around, this thing around their neck. You're not on the flight. Take off the cushion. Just... be a bit respectful.
But you have to dress for, again, it's for where you are, and again, it's appropriately dressed. If you're on a Ryanair flight and you're paying, the equivalent of $20 to get on the flight, then that's the equivalent of saying you've gone to a casual bar. You're not going to wear a tuxedo to go to a casual bar. You're going to wear your skivvies. But if you get on an Emirates flight, you pay a little bit more for your money, or a Qantas flight, and you feel a little bit more upmarket and a bit more classy, then maybe you should dress for that. But they've paid the same amount as you've paid, and they, although you think etiquette-wise that should be how you're dressed, they are entitled to dress how they want.
My big question is, every time I get on a plane, kids are really annoying. People take off their shoes. I want to know, are people keeping their kids under control, Michael? Should they be thinking about this?
Yes, they should be. They should be thinking about this, and no, they're not. And I have kids, and I've traveled with kids, and I've lived overseas with kids. My kids are grown now, and so I do judge. And I will 100% give you a dirty look. The issue that I have with parents, and I've written about this, I've written op-eds about how I would pay more for a flight without children.
Me too.
And I got a lot of hate for it. And I will double down on it. And it's not that I don't love kids. I do. I love my kids. I don't love your kids. And I want that to be clear. And what will really bother me, all the more, now I'm getting on the soapbox, what will really bother me even more is when I see parents who are completely oblivious, or they act as though they are, to their child who is acting inappropriate. If you're a parent and you're making an effort to make sure that your child is not disturbing everybody on the flight, I'll give you all the credit and I'll give you a lot of peace. But if you're making no effort to do anything as a parent, as the caregiver, that's when it becomes incredibly frustrating. And too often, people abdicate their role as a parent, and that's where I get really upset.
I think people treat flights as that as well. They kind of think that that's free babysitting for however long the flight is. And on a 7-hour, if you're on a transatlantic flight and it's a 7-hour long-haul flight, frequently, and this is without a shadow of a doubt, I know people who have sedated their kids many years ago with Calpol. And I think that is the lost art of, I'm not recommending it in current terms, it's a terrible idea, but kids were much more ruly, I think, back in the day. But I think a lot of people see it as kind of a break from the kids, Absolutely. Have a couple of drinks, enjoy the flight, and have no parental responsibility.
I would say this. So I live in Canada. It's a 14-hour flight. So 7 hours is a dream. Yeah. A 14-hour flight, and you're behind one row, and that row has 3 children, and the parent is somewhere else. That's where you're prepared to take things into your own hands.
It's always tricky trying to tell somebody what to do with their kids, though, and trying to tell them how to parent them. And you can't really publicly chastise somebody else's kids either, which
you
is
can.
the issue.
Trust me, you can. You can do it.
What, I've actually done it because I remember I got a flight and the kid was kicking the chair non-stop, and I actually turned around and I said to the mother, this has been 2 hours.
Yep.
Like, you either sit that child down with the seatbelt on, or I'm going to ask to be moved. Because I'm also on the same flight as you. No respect.
It's the idea about noise, for instance. You have a right to listen to your music, for instance, but your right ends when it starts to impinge on my right not to listen to it.
Agreed.
And that's where, especially because we are in such close proximity, we are like cattle on flights. It doesn't matter if you're on Emirates or you're on the worst
And I'm not like Jono. I can't afford first class, so I'm in cattle class. So we are really like cattle, aren't we?
Yes, we are.
Enjoy cargo.
And actually, the irony is that you're up in first class or business class in pajamas that they give to you.
But like, there's plenty of room to change there.
Oh my God.
I don't know what the issue is.
Jono, I think you've got no argument here until you're with me and Michael in cattle class, and then you know the severity of it all. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Jono and Michael have chosen 2 of their quirkiest stories of the day. Jono, gosh, there's only a month to go until Christmas. I actually did not know that. That's crazy. And there's a list of gifts you should never give a loved one. Okay, another what to do and what not to do.
Here's what to not buy over Christmas.
Okay, tell me.
And because we all know what you should buy, and go out there and do your Santa shopping now on 25th of November. You should be doing that. But this is a warning. It's a public service announcement against fix yourself gifts. These are things that researchers say you have to stay away from.
Okay.
We are talking about gym memberships.
Right.
Exercise equipment,
right.
Fitness watches.
Okay.
Weight loss products like tea, like Boo Tea, which I've once tried and would recommend it
I've tried that so many times, it doesn't
to nobody,
work. Yeah.
unless you need a really good cleanse after the festive season. Pre-packed healthy meals or diet plans, gift cards for Botox or any sort of a skin treatment, and also self-help books. They're the things that you should steer clear of. I went through this list and thought, this is the dream. Like, this would be a really nice gift package if anyone's thinking about stuff to get me over the festive season.
Have the Botox voucher.
Because what they're saying is Christmas gifts should say stuff like, I appreciate you as you are, and not, here's how you could be better.
Oh, what?
And I think it depends on the person. But it very much depends on the person, because some people you could buy a gift for. I think that any of these, if I bought them for someone like you, or if someone bought them for me, I think I'd be ecstatic with these gifts, and I think you'd also be quite overjoyed with them.
Happy.
But I know a lot of friends who could, for some reason, see it as something that has been passive-aggressive in terms of lose a bit of weight.
So I go to a really expensive gym.
That's that off the list.
Public service announcement. I would absolutely love someone to pay for my gym for a year. It would save me lots of money. Also, I was thinking of getting my boyfriend an Apple Watch for Christmas. He doesn't watch the show, so he won't know, but I think it's a good watch. And also, I love the idea of a Botox voucher. I think that's a good gift, spend money on that every 3 months. I don't know what you think, Michael, but I also think self-help books are quite nice sometimes. I've been bought so many self-help books for my birthday. I don't know what it says about me.
Take the hint.
But I think if somebody is close enough to you to buy a gift, then I think they probably have a little bit more of a right to not critique you, but to give you a little bit of friendly advice. And I think the friendly advice, if you get a book saying how not to be an asshat, but you get it from a friend who's close enough to give you a gift, then that is maybe an opportunity for you to become a little bit more self-reflective, which apparently you haven't been because you've been an asshat.
Yes.
I did buy, and this is from my coach who works with me on the radio, and this is a public apology, but I did buy her a weighing scales that was Bluetooth connected because it was high tech, and it monitored your weight and said when you would yo-yoed up or down or anything like that, on the basis that I thought that's a nice keep yourself in check. And she'd continuously mentioned about how she was doing fitness regimes and she was making sure she was eating healthy, and I thought that's a good gift. It went down like a lead balloon, and I've never let it down. It's been about it's pre-COVID. It's been about 6 years. So I think you have to read the person beforehand and know if you're at that level or not. Otherwise, your friendship is kind of on the brink here.
That is a good point. I was thinking of buying some slimming tea for people.
But then there are people that I would like to not have a close relationship with in some of these gifts.
Gift.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, that's so true. No, but I think those gifts are expensive gifts. Botox vouchers, gym memberships, Apple Watches. Anyway, let's move on. Michael, I absolutely love Jennifer Lopez. I always thought that, she was the queen of the gym, talking about gyms. But tell us about J-Lo's latest gig.
So I'm going to use the piece of paper to read this off because I want to make sure I get the numbers right. So J-Lo has done it for $2 million. She did it this weekend. In the past, in 2006, she did it for $2.8 million. Beyonce has done it for $4.7 million in 2018. Christina Aguilera did it for $3.6 million in 2005. And what they have all done is performed privately, in some cases for Russian billionaire weddings, for Russian billionaire parties. This most recent weekend, J-Lo with the $2 million, it was for the wedding of two very successful Indian families, tech billionaires. But the one that I'm most intrigued by is a gentleman by the name of David Bonderman, who's a private equity billionaire. He paid, you're going to have to guess, in 2002, November actually, in 2002, to the Rolling Stones for a performance in Vegas. They played for 400 guests and they played 17 songs. How much do you think he paid the Rolling Stones? This would have been 23 years ago.
10 million.
Oh, no, easily 30.
10 million?
Easily
Oh,
30
am I
million.
too low?
You are too low, you're too high.
Oh,
30.
20?
18.7 million. 17 songs for 400 people.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And I think that there is a whole shadow world out there that, well, maybe you know about, but we don't know about, where celebrities are paid ridiculous amounts of money either to perform or to give speeches or to just hang out. And that's the market that I think you and I need to get in on.
Definitely.
He obviously has it cornered.
Yeah.
So I think
Jono is like the
if someone-
social butterfly of Dubai, if no one knows this.
Look.
Everybody in Dubai knows Jono. Jono does so many events. He basically runs Dubai's social life.
Certainly after 8 p.m.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, after 8.
Yeah.
If you, and I think it's a case of if you have the cash to do it, you may as well do it. People like Teddy Swims, who performed here just last week, will perform for private gigs, such as air show galas and anything else that goes along with it, if the price tag is correct. This is their sideline gig. This is effectively the same as a freelancer job. And they will do these gigs and make a stack of money. What I have noticed is the trend that J-Lo is getting cheaper over the years, which is very promising news, that she might be eventually affordable for a wedding or a birthday party in the near future. But she's crazy money.
But she still looks as good as she was.
Absolutely.
In fact, she looks better than when she was Jenny on the Block.
I must admit something. I don't think we can ever fault J-Lo. J-Lo
Yeah.
has some serious tunes. J-Lo's been giving us the goods for years and years. She was in Abu Dhabi recently performing, actually.
Correct. And I
Very
think
sad. I
front
missed
row seat was, and I could be wrong on this, the approximate value was about $1,000, which is Vegas prices.
Would you pay 2.6 million? Or how much did they pay for J-Lo?
This one, most recently this weekend, 2 million.
2 million.
It's getting cheaper. It's down to 2.6.
That's down. In 2007, it was 2.8.
A lot cheaper.
But I also wonder if it's maybe the clients. In 2008, it was for a Russian billionaire.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's for a
Or maybe
an
it's
Indian
after
billionaire.
her divorce from Ben Affleck. I mean,
Yeah, you tailor it. You
Yeah.
tailor it for who the client is.
anyway, we'll move on. Thanks to tonight's guests. Dubai 92 presenter Jono Hayes and managing director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri Pickett. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. GNT will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello and and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, we'll have all the latest on the 28-point plan, which Ukraine says it has now agreed to, with the goal of ending the war with Russia. We examine what still needs to be done. Plus, as Hezbollah mourn their senior commander, Haitham Ali Tabatabai, who was killed in an Israeli strike, we ask how significant a figure was he, and what message is Israel sending by killing him? Hello and welcome. We begin with the war in Ukraine, where a peace plan to finally end the nearly 4-year-long conflict is starting to gain real momentum. Well, Ukraine has agreed to the latest proposal with only minor details left to iron out. That's according to US officials. Well, this comes after Kyiv repeatedly warned that parts of the proposal seem to favour Moscow, especially the idea that Ukraine has to give up some of its territory. So what happens next, and what exactly would this deal involve? Well, President Volodymyr Zelensky says that there's still more work to be done. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Marina Litvinenko, who is the widow of Alexander Litvinenko, the Russian defector and former Russian Federal Security Services officer who was killed in London in 2006. Marina, thank you very much again for being with us here on Al Arabiya English. Do you think Russia is serious about peace?
Russia not serious about peace. Russia is more serious to make a chaos and take to their side powerful countries as United States or China. And everything what is happening now around of Ukraine, inside of Ukraine, they try to use to make everything what they started to do in 2022, to make Ukraine completely dependent from Russia, losing all identity. And this is all what Russia, with the face of Vladimir Putin, wants.
What's their motivation then?
This situation is quite difficult. After almost 4 years of this war, and we know nobody expected this takes so long, and for Putin, even living in illusion, everything is perfect. Russia has a great economy, they have a great army. Of course, it's wrong. We have only a lot of people dying in the front line, and Russia having a bigger population than Ukraine, of course, might make some kind of success, but from other side is not. And economical situation is worse. Some sanctions, what might be even more stricter and started earlier, started to work. And of course, Ukraine, they decide to take their own way to sanction Russia, make this all drone attacks and destroyed terminal of oil, some part of an energy system. It means Russia started to feel more this war, and it's quite hard.
So you're making it sound like Russia is actually not in a particularly strong position to negotiate. So why do you think the United States is so keen to get a deal done now, when in fact it might be more prudent to wait and get a clearer picture of what the situation actually is?
When we started to talk about this, it's still not any dialogue. We don't see any leader as Putin, president of Russia, and Zelensky as the president of Ukraine are happy to talk to each other. I can't say this is a personal case because we don't know, but we know Putin hates Zelensky and he doesn't want to talk directly to representative of Ukraine, maybe somebody else, but not Zelensky. And why he tried to prove United States to push Ukraine to agree with all what you just mentioned, 28, but now it's less and less points of this negotiation, and we don't know what might happen tomorrow or after tomorrow, and what points finally would be at the end of the list to discuss. But only things makes me feel positive. They started to discuss about this. For a long time, it was not a real and serious discussion. And what I believe, this is not only United States, not only Russia and Ukraine, it's some more countries behind of all this discussion. Of course, European Union, who wants to be a part of this negotiation. But I don't know who, Putin or Trump, just decide to exclude European Union from this discussion.
There are some people in Europe who are quite suspicious about the 28-point plan. There are actually some Republicans, some in the United States, who are suspicious about this plan. They've pointed to some of the sentences in the original plan that say they sound slightly strange, perhaps like they were Google translated from Russian into English. And I just wanted to ask you, as a Russian speaker yourself, do you think they're right to be suspicious about that document?
Absolutely. Absolutely. This was nothing what might be, I would say, like this Western mind. This was mostly what might Russian saying and translate to English. This is nothing what Western countries talking before what this peace might look like. This is everything what Putin announced in the first day of this invasion in 2022. Nothing new.
Yeah, so the Polish Prime Minister, Donald Tusk, said it would be good to know for sure who is the author of this plan and where it was created. I want to get your help understanding what he's trying to say there. Is he saying this was less the work of the US envoy, Steve Witkoff, and more the work of the Russian envoy, Kirill Dmitriev, or is he saying something else?
What we know about Kirill Dmitriev and his last visit to United States, and everybody laughing, how was it unsuccessful. But I would like to remind you, even he doesn't look as a hero, but he has a very strong relationship to American business community. He spent a lot of time working, studying. It means he tried to use this not official communication. And we know Witkoff the same. He is not a political trained person. He has just access to Trump. And they might try to negotiate between two of them and bring this plan to Trump without even checking this. For Trump, is only way to finish this war as soon as possible. And if anybody will bring this plan to Trump and it might finish this war very quickly, I think he will accept. But this plan doesn't work.
And when you look at what the Russians wanted in that original 28-point plan, reducing the size of the Ukrainian army to 600,000, saying Ukraine will never be a member of NATO, saying elections must be held within 100 days. What does that tell us about Russia's longer-term goals here?
Again, this is nothing new. This is all what Putin wanted from beginning. And this is not a finish of war. It starts another war. He tried to make Ukraine to feel lost, not supported. And this is just take a time for Putin to start another war and finalize. Ukraine became just like a part of Russia. But it's never happened, because for European Union, it means next war, it will be again against European Union. For America, it might be, doesn't feel so dangerous because they're so far away. But for Europe, it's not. And reduced army of Ukraine, it means you reduced defense of European Union.
So what do you think Ukraine and its European allies should do? Should they engage, or should they simply say, right, we're going to stand on our own 2 feet, we're going to go it alone?
No, I'm sure it should be negotiation. But this needs to be a very strong message. We need to stop a fire. This is all what did happen recently in Gaza. And only after that, you might discuss about 28, 32, 16 points of peaceful agreement. But first of all, it needs to be stopped, because every day, every night, when we watched chronics from Ukraine, you can see people still dying. And Russia killed these citizens without even excuse. This must be stopped. And if Russia wanted to negotiate, again, we don't say now what we agree or disagree. They need to first time stop killing people.
Right, and the killing continued even today. There were fresh deadly attacks on Ukraine. And, you know, Ukrainian soldiers have been dying almost every day for the last 3 years. And President Trump has said that Ukraine's leadership has, quote, expressed zero gratitude for our efforts. Is that how it looks to you? Does Ukraine look ungrateful to the United States?
It's very difficult for me to criticize Ukrainian people. Even they might do a better and maybe say thank you very much every 5 minutes. But you have to be in Ukraine now to realize what does it mean alive when every day, every hour, you might be killed. And sometimes I might feel Ukrainian people just too tough or too stubborn. But it's a different life, and we do need to understand it. After criticize Ukrainian people not to be very grateful. They are very grateful, but they are in a different level of life now.
What do you think your late husband, Alexander Litvinenko, would have made of this situation and the plans to bring about peace?
Since war started, I every time was thinking how my husband knowledge, understanding situation, even predict what these people might do, I mean from Russia's side, would be very helpful to Ukraine, to any other people in the world. But of course he's not here. But only it's very difficult to say what he might do for this. But I'll let you know what my husband just said before he was poisoned. He makes some very special message in his, how to say, it was an article done in his post just a week before he was poisoned in 2006, when he said, until this world, again, this is 2006, until this world just tried to get bin Laden, try to save yourself from terrorism. And at the same time, behind the Kremlin wall, and a monster, very similar to Hitler, just try to collect this blood. If you don't stop him, this might be a war started soon, and million people will die. Unfortunately, not Sasha's words, not Sasha's deaths didn't prevent this a horrible war. But I think it's still people who want to this world would be live in peace. And this is very important to all international community. Doesn't matter where are you, in Europe, in America, in the Middle East, to do everything, this war must be stopped. And not in rules what Putin tried to play.
We often hear people telling us on this channel that President Putin's goal ultimately is to take back every piece of lost territory from the Soviet Union. Did your husband, your late husband Alexander Litvinenko, ever give you any indication that that was indeed President Putin's longer-term plan?
Absolutely, even more. When Soviet Union collapsed, we knew as a very serious organization named KGB was extended to all of these in the future independent countries like Ukraine, Belarus, Central Asia, even Baltics. And this is influence was till now. Why it was so difficult to Ukraine to get out from all of this control? Because it's not just corruption. It's not only mentally people were not so quickly changed from Soviet time to democratical time. Because of this system, what we called former KGB, was working very hard. And we should remember, Vladimir Putin represents of this system. And it's still very difficult sometimes to survive because the system now rules not only Russia, but still rules other countries, what was former Soviet Union.
Marina, just to wrap up this conversation, if you had a chance to give some advice or a message to President Trump, what would you say to him?
I know Trump has a different agenda about this world, but I think he loves his own family. He loves his children. He loves his grandchildren. And I ask him, remember about this part of his humanity. How are the people who live now in Ukraine with children, with grandchildren, don't have warmth, don't have not electricity, or worried about their own life? And Mr. Trump, as a human, please stop this war.
Okay, we really appreciate your time. Marina Litvinenko, wife of Alexander Litvinenko, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Captain Brent Sadler, who is a former US military diplomat, now a senior fellow at the Heritage Foundation Center for National Defense. He joins us from Washington. Captain Sadler, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us here at Arabiya English. I'd just like to start by asking you, I mean, a lot is happening in terms of dialogue. We've got talks between Russia and Ukraine in Abu Dhabi. That's been happening today. There were talks on Sunday between the United States and Ukraine. And just in the last few hours, we've heard reports that the US and Ukraine have reached an understanding on the terms of the peace deal. How significant is all of this in your view?
Well, it is a significant development, to be clear, but still far from the goal or the end state, something that both Moscow and Kyiv can agree to at least stop the fighting. Putin also late yesterday has already signaled that this is not acceptable. So we'll see what further trading and adjustments are made. But the fact that Zelensky is hoping to get on an airplane and come to D.C. in coming days to solidify his agreement, or at least his support for the first revision to this deal, is significant, to say the least.
Yeah, and do you think President Zelensky's played his cards quite skillfully here? Because by agreeing to this deal, it means that Russia, not Ukraine, is going to be seen by Washington as being the next spoiler. That's assuming Russia doesn't agree to this deal.
Yeah, I think all parties, quite frankly, are playing this a lot more seriously. And certainly Ukraine's attempts right now, and also to visibly get on a plane and come to D.C., would underscore Russia as the outlier. Whether or not it's effective or has any impact on Moscow softening its position is to be seen. And I think until there's real pressure on the battlefield, as well as economic pressure on China and India, these are the two biggest sources of income coming into Moscow's war coffers, I think it's going to be an open question whether or not we're going to see any real give from Moscow's perspective.
Now, it's been reported, and it's not verified, that the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio told some senators that the 28-point plan didn't reflect the administration's position. Instead, he said it was, quote, essentially the wish list of the Russians. I wonder what you read into that. And do you think that suggests some sort of a split or an unease, at the very least, in the ranks of senior Republicans with regards to the current strategy?
Well, I mean, the bottom line is it really doesn't matter, because as soon as that draft was taken to Kyiv, it was adjusted. And it will be adjusted again when they take this new version to Moscow. So the bottom line of this is no matter where it came from or what the language was that started it, it's been effective to kick off what seems to be a very meaningful and substantive dialogue between Moscow and Kyiv to get to a state to where the fighting can stop.
And in your opinion, is there no alternative to the 28-point plan, which, as we've been saying, might no longer be 28 points? Some suggesting it might now be a 19-point plan. Is there any alternative to that, or is that the only way to go? And I'm really the extension of that question is, could Ukraine not be given the means to defend itself to a greater degree and to go on the attack, and then perhaps to renegotiate when Ukraine, not Russia, was in the position of strength?
Well, from an American perspective, it's most important that this is an enduring peace because the United States needs to shift more of its military focus to Asia, where there's a very real possibility of a major war that would be far more destructive and far more consequential, at least for Americans, if China is not deterred. So it is in America's interest that it's a workable deal. And that's, I think, the most important metric to be evaluating this. And to get there, the front line or the line of contact between the two militaries, they have to have a realistic way in which they stop the fighting, withdraw from each other about 20 kilometers on either side, in a way in which the Russians nor the Ukrainians are in a favorable military position to restart conflict. And the other thing that's important to note, there's been no mention of the Black Sea, and I think that needs to be addressed. And maybe it is. It just hasn't been made public yet.
But in terms of, I mean, okay, you mentioned that there's concern in the United States about developments on the other side of the world. But doesn't that reinforce the idea all the more that the United States and its European allies should be strong together and stand united? And instead, you know, I mean, it does look slightly like the United States has blindsided the Europeans and railroaded this deal without really including them. And that's not conducive to building and maintaining strong bonds with allies, is it?
Well, many of the NATO countries, though they've contributed significantly, it hasn't been decisive to get Moscow to move towards a ceasefire on its own. And it certainly hadn't helped lead Ukraine to a better posture for an opening to a ceasefire that's workable either. But what's most important is that Kyiv and Moscow come to an understanding, not necessarily what the rest of Europe thinks about in the sausage making of this deal. Of course, once the fighting stops, NATO countries need to be ready to provide independently the military support Ukraine needs so that a resumption of hostilities doesn't occur. But to date, those nations are not yet able to defend themselves, let alone provide additional military support to Ukraine. So there's a lot of work that NATO countries need to do in the meantime, rather than complain about not being in the room when some of the details are being negotiated.
But they are buying the weapons. The Europeans are, well, via NATO, the weapons are being provided to Ukraine and being paid for by the Europeans. They are being supplied by the Americans, but essentially the Europeans are US clients of this weaponry.
Well, that's because the previous administration's approach was unsustainable and got us into what is the Russians' favored tactic in military conflict, and that is an attritional warfare. The reality is the defense industrial base, the production of munitions and platforms like jet aircraft and tanks in Western Europe or NATO countries is inadequate to the task. And it's going to take several years for them to address that. And that's job one for NATO, quite frankly, to try to get that defense industrial base up and running to prevent or to outpace a Russian rearmament once the fighting stops. But the United States is the only one right now that's got the capacity. And it's the only one that the only military that the Russians respect, quite frankly. So it's really the United States is the key ingredient to getting to a ceasefire, or at least the threat of more provision of munitions and other equipment with less strings attached to the Ukrainians. And this is what I was getting at for real cost on the battlefield to really change the calculus in Moscow.
Sure, we heard the French President Emmanuel Macron saying, we don't want a peace deal that would be a capitulation. Those are his words. But when we look at the terms, and I agree with you that these terms may have changed and we don't yet know what's changed from the 28-point plan, but things like ceding territory, accepting to reduce the size of its military, enshrining in the constitution that Ukraine will never join NATO. I mean, how is that really any different from a surrender?
Well, a surrender would be the total capitulation and the collapse of the government in Kyiv. And that's not what's in store here. It's actually, I think I do have differences of opinion on some of those points, and I think they will get revised and perhaps changed because it doesn't set up a sustainable peace. But the reality is it actually protects the sovereignty of Ukraine. It actually addresses the economic necessity to have a sovereign and viable state of Ukraine that's independent from Moscow. And so I think at its core, it's certainly not a capitulation. And again, France is not in any position to actually try to equip or arm Ukraine to take by force of arms all of the territory that Russia's taken. So there is a necessity of dealing in reality here and not rhetoric, which will only just mean more Ukrainian deaths. And it can't be a proposition that NATO countries like France would put and say, continue the fighting until the last Ukrainian either.
One thing that I haven't heard about for a very long time, and do correct me if I'm alone here, but the minerals deal was something we talked about a lot on this channel, and it was very important to the Trump administration in about February of this year that Ukraine signed that deal, and in return for its mineral wealth, it would get US protection. Why is no one talking about that anymore?
Well, I think everyone realizes that the mineral deal can't happen until the fighting stops. And so the focus is on trying to stop the fighting along the front line. And again, this is really the main focus. I think the economic deals, the rebuilding are all critical for if Ukraine is to remain a viable sovereign country. It needs to have an economy that is free to access the global market space through the Black Sea, which is why I mentioned that the silence in all this so far is somewhat troubling. But also, of course, with anyone that so chooses to do business with, to include the EU membership.
Okay, Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, seems to suggest that this deal is something of a Google translate of a Russian document. And, other people we've spoken to have said something quite similar. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Or do you think that's largely irrelevant and it was really the springboard for discussion, this whole idea?
Yeah, I look at the effect or the results that we're getting. It doesn't really matter, quite frankly, where it originated from at this stage. It's getting Kyiv and Moscow to actually address the reality that it's created. And that is an opening for a potential viable ceasefire that could lead into a lasting peace that then can also result in some real meaningful rebuilding in Ukraine and perhaps in the long term, a settling of formal borders between Russia and Ukraine. Again, that's the other thing is the two countries need to settle officially and formally what their borders are. There's no real clear delineation of where those would be yet.
Okay, and just lastly, Captain Sadler, we heard the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky saying a couple of days ago, Ukraine risks losing its dignity and freedom or Washington's backing. I mean, neither a particularly appealing scenario for his country. Which one do you think it will be?
Actually, I think it's a false kind of proposition, or at least a kind of test that Zelensky's putting there. It's really a question of national survival. And that's really what's at stake. And I think that's what he needs to be focused in on. Putting in like dignity. I mean, what's more important is actually having a country that you can rebuild and protect your people and your culture and your history than a sense of dignity, quite frankly, at this stage, because they've been 3 years of fighting. I think they've proven their dignity and certainly the veracity of defending their country at this stage.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time today. Captain Brent Sadler, thank you very much indeed. Meanwhile, NATO has today scrambled jets following the deepest drone breach yet into Romania. Romanian and German fighter jets were deployed near the border with Ukraine to intercept a Russian drone incursion. Well, Poland has urged NATO to step up defences on its eastern flank. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Ambassador Alessandro Minuto Rizzo, who's a former Secretary General of NATO. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. The latest we're hearing with regards to all the dialogue that's taking place, there are talks between the Russians and the Ukrainians reportedly in Abu Dhabi today. There was talks on Sunday in Geneva between the United States and the Ukrainians. And it's been reported that the United States and Ukraine have now reached an understanding on the terms of the peace deal. How encouraged are you by these various reports?
Well, I think that the good news is that we have now some kind of ideas in written form, because up to a few days ago, there were many ideas just floated in the air, but nobody understood anything about a practical plan of peace. Now we have, the good news, I say, is that we start to negotiate finally. The bad news, if you like, it is the text is written in Russian, more or less. Now I'm overdoing it a little bit, but there is a heavy Russian accent in the plan that has been presented to Ukraine. Anyway, good news is that Secretary of State Rubio has come in, because in that group of people around the president, he's in my view, the best professional, because he's a former senator, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor. So I think that he takes a little bit more, how can I say, of a professional touch to these negotiations, which are in a way very, how can I say, very new, because in the history of diplomacy, as we all know, we don't make, peace plans in television, press conferences, 25 commas, just publicized, perhaps, maybe not. This is a bizarre way of doing things. Also because what it looks like, if you look at the big picture, what it is interesting for us, is that we see that the two sides are not negotiating directly, Russia and Ukraine. What you have Russia somehow represented by the United States. Is not exactly so, of course, I understand that. But, the Americans are discussing with the Russians. And the Europeans are supporting the Ukrainians. This is new. And I hope it's successful. The problem that I see is that it is a very complex affair, because you can call it 25 points, 28, 19, doesn't matter. There are many, because you go from the land, from territory, to guarantees to Ukraine, to the Russian Orthodox Church, bilingualism, what you do with the Russian assets, a lot of things. What it is, to my view, from a diplomatic point of view, the first point that you have to solve, because usually this is always the case, is the problem of territory, of land. And the president of Ukraine, Zelensky, yesterday or the day before yesterday, he said that at the Swedish parliament. He said, first thing we have to fix the problem of land. And what's the complication? Because I think that we have to explain it a little bit to non-specialists. The Russians have more or less occupied, let's say, 19 to 20%, more or less, of the territory of Ukraine. But what is in the American plan is the fact that the Russians should get a part of those provinces occupied by Russia, which is not yet occupied by the Russian troops. And this is a very, very delicate point, because to give up something that you have lost, you can accept it, or perhaps in a way or in another. But the fact that you have to give up something which has not been conquered by your enemy is, I think, from a ecological point of view also, and political, very difficult. So I don't know how they are going to solve this issue.
Okay.
And then, of course, okay.
Yeah, so I mean, you've made lots of interesting points. And one of the first points I want to pick up on is how you said this was essentially a Russian document. And we've been hearing that from other guests as well, that somehow this Russian text was Google translated into English and became the 28-point plan. Now it's less than 28 points, and Ukraine has agreed to it. And that means that the ball is now in Russia's court, and if they object to it, they are the ones who are the spoilers, if you like, viewed from Washington's perspective. That was quite strategic on the part of the Ukrainians, wasn't it?
What is new? What is new, I think, in this very psychological also game, is the fact that Ukraine, in this last part of 2025, seems to be more inclined to make some concession. Because you remember that up to a few months ago, there was no way that you could have Zelensky or the government in Kiev saying that it would give up territory. The magic word was territorial integrity. Now it is not that anymore. Of course, again, we have to be very careful when we explain things. What Ukrainians are ready to give up, and Europeans, I think, agree with that, is that that land which is occupied by the Russian army will remain in Russian hands. But careful, it doesn't mean sovereignty. It means that it's occupied. And perhaps it will never happen, I think, but maybe in terms of dreams, you can think that in 50 years, perhaps things will change, it will come back. It is a sort of Korean solution, if you like, in a way. So you don't have a treaty, but you have a line of demarcation where people live in peace since a long time.
One of the points I would like to ask you about, given your NATO credentials, is that one of the conditions in the original 28-point plan, and we don't know if it's still in there, is this idea that Ukraine should enshrine in its constitution that it will never seek NATO membership. I'd like to ask, I mean, that sets an interesting precedent, doesn't it? And a massive implication here for NATO, because apparently NATO can no longer choose who and who is not a future member of the NATO alliance. What do you make of that?
Well, it's very interesting. I think you're right to point at this because it's very psychological. That's why I think, it has been written by the Russians, because for them, NATO is a sort of obsession. Too much, I think, too much. NATO is not an aggressive organization. Never try to aggress Russia, but this is a different views. We can't help it. This is something true. But it's if I can speak frankly, I think that the membership in NATO is not on the agenda. It has never been on the agenda. Also because of a very simple, very basic things, that there is probably no consensus that is needed among the NATO members. There are 32 now, 32 countries. And it's sufficient that one country, Greece, Portugal, I don't know, whoever you can choose, says no, the country will never come to become a member. If you take the case, for instance, a little bit forgotten, if you like, of Macedonia. You remember, Macedonia asked to be a member of NATO since 2005, something like that. But it could not because Greece was opposing the entry of Macedonia into NATO because of the name, because they were afraid that there was a confusion with the Greek region of Macedonia. And so, in fact, the Macedonians called the country North Macedonia, which is now the agreed name. And 5 years ago, they entered into NATO. So for 20 years, the entry of Macedonia, a small country of 2 million people, have been blocked just because of a name. So, you need a consensus for that. And Ukraine, everybody understands, I think, that Ukraine doesn't need to be a member of NATO, if I may say so, with my credentials. It doesn't need to be. There is one point, if I may, which is very important, and it is a little bit overlooked into all this, that NATO seems to be a sort of, a red blanket. It is something that is not possible to accept. This is one thing. But on the other hand, the European Union seems to be all right. And this is, again, a little strange, because I think that for the future of Ukraine, in the end, the European Union is probably more important than NATO in the end, in the long range, because of economic reason, society, whatever, is more important. But probably for the Russians, they never understood very well the European Union, because it's not about military force, it's not by power, it's more soft power, a pacific entity in their eyes, more than in reality. And so for them, the European Union, there is no veto on that. And this is very important also for the Ukrainians.
Okay, so NATO membership is not on the table, and that was one of Russia's demands anyway. But there were other Russian demands, red lines. They want elections within 100 days in Ukraine. They want Ukraine to limit its military by a half to 600,000 soldiers. What do you think some of these Russian demands tell us about what Russia's longer-term objectives might be?
Well, you know, longer-term objectives by the president of Russia are clear. He wrote articles about that. Texts, you know, he thinks that Ukraine belongs to the Russian culture, Russian mir, to the Russian world. This is his opinion. And he thinks that the dissolution of the Soviet Union is the major catastrophe of the 20th century. He had said that. So he dreams to get back Ukraine into some kind of Russian influence, perhaps like Belarus, more or less, something like that, you know. And if you remember, 3.5 years ago, when the Russians attacked Ukraine, one of the main reasons which were given by Vladimir Putin, the president, was that Ukraine has to be denazified. It was considered to be a Nazi regime. And then, of course, you understand that if that kind of optic, to have elections in 3 months after peace would mean, in their eyes, in their view, that Zelensky has to go. And the friendly government possibly, I don't think is the case, but that's what they dream. A more friendly government could go into power in Kiev. I think this is what they aim. But it's a little bit of a dream, I think. It's not realistic.
Okay, and just lastly, I mean, some European countries are very uncomfortable with the negotiations as they stand right now. Some European leaders have expressed discomfort, some form of objection and skepticism towards this whole process. And one thing we're hearing is that perhaps later on down the line, Russia will use false flag operations, claim that Ukraine breached the terms of the ceasefire deal, and then re-invade Ukraine. Do you share that concern?
There is a literature on that. In my personal view, I think that the aggression which took place in 2022, February 2022, was out of a miscalculation. A little bit like it happened with the Americans and George W. Bush in Iraq and Saddam Hussein. What do I mean by that? The idea that Putin had, probably suggested by somebody, as I imagine, was that the government in Kiev was very weak. It was very weak, that there was a very strong pro-Russian sentiment in large parts of the population, and so it was necessary just to push it a little bit, and Ukraine will fall, and it will become a second Belarus. Now, what I think personally is that an agreement sooner or later will be found. But Russia has proved not to be the superpower they pretend to be, because they paid an enormous price to this aggression. So even if they gain a few provinces, which may be possible, I think, but you know, the price is a country which has been completely militarized. Many people who went away young men, just to avoid to go into the military service. The exports of raw materials, gas, oil, decreased enormously. So I don't think that if there is an agreement, as I hope now in Ukraine, in the future there will be another invasion of Russia. I don't think so. I don't think so. What I dream myself is that there is a reasonable compromise by which Ukraine maybe loses what it has lost. It stops there. Elections in due time in Ukraine, why not? Perhaps some concession in terms of language to some Russian minority. It can be done. In my country, in Italy, we do it. For German-speaking population, for instance, it's not a problem. But, you know, in the end, things are where they are. And the moment Ukraine gets full membership into the European Union, it will happen at a certain point, perhaps in 10 years, but it will happen. Then what can Russia do about that? And then we can maybe start again to have a normal relationship with Russia, because, I mean, don't forget that Russia, in the past, in the 19th century, for instance, was part of the concept of nations in Europe. They were present at Waterloo against Napoleon. They played a role after the fall of Napoleon. They have been part of Europe. They have religious Christian roots, let's put it that way. I think it is possible at a certain point, when we solve this crisis, slowly to go back to a situation where Russia can become, again, I don't know how much it will take, but not part of Europe, but a real good partner. It is possible.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Ambassador Alessandro Minuto Rizzo, former Secretary General of NATO. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Now, for the first time in months, Israel has struck Lebanon's capital, killing Hezbollah's acting chief of staff, Haytham Ali Tabatabai. Well, the strike came despite a US-brokered truce, which was reached a year ago. Well, Hezbollah said the attack crossed a red line, though it's still unclear how the group will respond. Well, Lebanon's health ministry has reported that 5 people were killed and 28 others injured during that strike. Well, we can speak now to Michel Helou, who is the Secretary General of the Lebanese National Bloc Party. Michel, thank you very much for joining us on Al Arabiya English. Always a pleasure talking to you. There's lots I want to talk to you about.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's start with the funeral yesterday of the senior Hezbollah commander, Haytham Ali Tabatabai. 4 other people were killed with him on Sunday. I'm assuming there was a mixed reaction, was there? Those who support Hezbollah who'll be outraged, and those who don't, who probably think he deserved it. What would you say has been the overall reaction?
Absolutely, Tom, you're totally right. There are 2 very different, actually opposed reactions. One of it is a reaction of grief and of rage against Israel, which is mostly the reaction of Hezbollah supporters. And then the other reaction is actually a mixed reaction of anger towards Hezbollah, but also towards Israel, and maybe a bit of despair and sometimes a bit of resignation, in a sense of disillusion and loss of hope. And what happens is that we're actually living in a very polarized country, where the majority of the people today do not understand Hezbollah anymore, and it's pretty clear that Hezbollah has lost the huge part of the support that he used to have, specifically outside of the Shia community, knowing that even within the Shia community, there is also a substantial share of opponents to Hezbollah who actually believe that this person, Tabatabai, had nothing to do in civilian areas, that not only he should not be in civilian areas, he should actually give back his weapons, that Hezbollah should disarm as a whole, and that we should try to find a diplomatic way to end the conflict with Israel.
Okay, so clearly we're talking about a high-ranking military official in the form of Tabatabai, some saying the most senior figure in Hezbollah to be killed since Hassan Nasrallah in the autumn of last year. What message do you think Israel is sending by targeting him and killing him?
I mean, what's pretty clear first is that Israel does not care about international law, does not care about the ceasefire agreement, does not care about all the rules that are said, does not care also about targeting civilian areas. Let's not forget that the bombing, the attack happened in Harat al-Harik, which is a densely populated area in the suburbs of Beirut, the southern suburbs of Beirut. However, all of that we knew, and we know that. The message is very clear. It's a continuation of the behavior that Israel has been taking on since October 7, which is a behavior of basically there are no boundaries, no limits to the affirmation of Israel's military hegemony in the region, and specifically in Lebanon, given that we're talking about Lebanon. And there Israel has shown very clearly that they're ready to go till the end to basically get rid of Hezbollah and of any threat that Hezbollah could represent to them. And again, as I said, they don't really care about neither international law nor targeting civilians nor whatsoever. So this is the message: is we are ready to go until the end. And Lebanon, unfortunately, is paying the price.
Right, and of course, Iran, a supporter of Hezbollah, their Revolutionary Guards are urging revenge. How likely do you think that is, and what do you think Hezbollah's options are at this stage?
first, I'd be very glad from the Iranians that if they want to take revenge, well, let them take revenge as Iranians. Let the Revolutionary Guards, launch their own rockets if they really want to do that. Let them stop using us Lebanese as cannon fodder. I think we've had enough of it. It's been 40 years that Lebanon has been paying the price of foreign influences and interventions and foreign wars on our soil. It has cost us the country. So I think it's pretty fair to say that we should stop that. And that, first of all, not only it's unlikely that Hezbollah will retaliate. It's unlikely because they simply do not have the military power to retaliate. And we've seen how they've been behaving since the ceasefire. Hezbollah does not retaliate, does not send any attacks on Israel because they simply are not able to do it. And that would basically cause total havoc and disaster on the country, given also the power balance. Israel has a total military, cyber security, surveillance hegemony over Lebanon. So we really don't have the luxury of engaging in a war. So I think overall, very unlikely. And the Lebanese government should make this even more unlikely by really implementing what we had promised in terms of disarmament. It's also Lebanon's job. And this is something really important. This is not only towards Israel. This is the Lebanese government towards its own citizens. They promised us that they would disarm Hezbollah. Well, it's been 11 months now since the new regime, the new president, the new government have been elected and put in place. So we really need actions on that front.
Right. And Michelle, I think your sense of impatience is also felt by Washington. They sound increasingly irritated with the lack of progress on that front. I mean, has there been any progress in disarming Hezbollah, or is this simply mission impossible?
There's been very limited progress on that front. The main job that was done is south of Litani, where overall they've been, removing the remaining weapons there. And there's been some work that has been done. And we have to thank the government and the army and all the security services for that work that has been done, mostly at the customs, the port, the airports, the land borders, preventing Hezbollah from, trafficking drugs and weapons, and also bringing in some financing. However, the reality is that Hezbollah has been able to, circumvent all that and has been able to rearm. And we've seen several reports on that. And this is a real problem. And not only they've been able to do it, but they actually say it very loudly, explicitly. They're telling everyone in Lebanon, we will not disarm. Not only will we not disarm, we will also rearm. And we will be ready for more wars and more fighting and more confrontations against Israel or against others, because we don't really understand against whom they are fighting. 2 weeks ago, Naim Assem, the current chief of Hezbollah, said explicitly, we are not a danger for Israel's northern cities, and we are just rearming. And then the question becomes, then why are you rearming? Are you rearming to actually, wage a war against Israel? Or given what you said, are you rearming to wage a war against Lebanon? Or who do you intend to use your weapons against? And this is the question that everyone is asking today, regarding Hezbollah. Now, whether the Americans or not are impatient, clearly the Americans are impatient. They want to see more action, and they want to see results on the disarmament front. And I think that, we don't have the luxury to see our relation with the Americans affected. We don't have the luxury to lose this relationship. So we actually have to take on this disarmament implementation plan the fastest, because it's become extremely urgent.
Okay, Michelle, clearly since November of 2024, when the ceasefire was signed, 127, possibly more, Lebanese civilians have been killed by Israeli strikes in the interim. And I'm just wondering whether there's a sense of nervousness in Lebanon right now that this uptick in Israeli action within Lebanon's borders could be a prelude for something perhaps a little bit more broad in terms of Israeli military action. Is there that sense of concern right now?
Definitely. And this is the disaster catastrophic part of all of this, which is that it's actually more than 300 Lebanese that have been killed since the ceasefire was signed. Overall, it's more than 4,500 Lebanese that were killed, 16,000 people were injured, dozens of villages that have been reduced to rubble. So the reality is that our situation is disastrous, and our civilian situation, our humanitarian situation is disastrous. There are still dozens of thousands of southern Lebanese people that have been, that had to flee their homes and that have been displaced, and they're not able to come back. So there is a huge urgency. However, neither Israel is obviously doing anything to help us on that front. They keep bombing and destroying, and they've been using phosphorus bombs actually right this week. But neither the government nor Hezbollah are actually doing a job, specifically Hezbollah, which in the end are here to preserve their raison d'être, their reason for being, which is their weapons. So Hezbollah is currently ready to see the last square meter of our land being burnt entirely as long as they keep their weapons with them. They really don't care about the civilians. And this is what we're witnessing every day. Hence, there is a lot of nervousness, as you said, because we know that Israel will intensify its attacks. And on our side, we are not being up to the task of responding with the proper diplomacy, with the proper disarmament plan. So this will leave Hezbollah and Israel against each other, and it will cost us maybe the country once again. So we Lebanese, and specifically Lebanese people from the south, will pay the price of this confrontation.
And just lastly, Michel, the Pope is going to arrive in Lebanon on Sunday, on the 30th of November. It's part of his first foreign trip since being appointed to the papacy, and therefore a real opportunity to capture the world's attention. Is there a feeling that his visit might actually change anything there in Lebanon?
I mean, I think that the Pope's visit is definitely a positive sign. It brings a lot of hope in a country where faith is something very important, be it Christian faith or faith in general. I think that a lot of Christians and Muslim Lebanese do hold the Pope in very high esteem. So for them, it means a lot. However, I think it's also pretty clear that the Lebanese want to see action. They want to see proper change from the policies of the past. They want to see a new regime, a new president, and a new government that actually have the courage to take on the real fundamental problems of our country, which are basically first disarmament of Hezbollah and the return of the sovereignty, and also second, all the fundamental reforms that have to take place, the financial and banking reform, the electricity reform, all the fundamental things that allow our institutions to function properly, which we haven't had for the last 20 to 30 years. So I think this is really the focus of the population. Obviously, we are lucky to welcome the Pope. I think it's going to be a beautiful moment, a moment of unity, a moment of prayer, and in a sense of bringing people together. But I also really believe that the Lebanese are expecting much more than that today.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Michel Henry, the Secretary General of the Lebanese National Bloc Party. Thank you for your time, sir. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
So sorry, Tom. I'm late. I'm nearly there.
Because, you know, who Naz was to his community, you know, the Muslim community, the Middle Eastern community, and how he was important to me. You know, I'm mixed race and I'm from the same neighborhood, and I felt very, you know, represented by Naz growing up. I also thought it was important to make the film simply because it's just so unique.
Oh, that was a solid shot from heaven. It's a knockout! Oh, my God!
Rowan was so generous on set. He really trusted me with bringing Riyadh to life. And it's always a challenge when you're bringing a real person to life, someone who's existed in the world before.
To be honest, when I first saw the script, I was a bit sceptical because it seemed a bit sketchy, but obviously he had it in his head how it was going to work out. And Rowan did a fantastic job of stitching it all together.
He's a brilliant director, you know, very welcoming, nice, positive. I had a brilliant experience with him, and I hope he has many more big movies in the future.
Children, they are having trouble at school.
How did you get that colour on your lip?
See when you got that bent nose.
It was like working with a friend. He is so approachable, so about the work. He was joyous and he was really generous with his time.
Brendan, it's Frank Warren.
Boxing's no longer for old men in suits.
My favourite scene to shoot was actually the one with Pierce. It's post-arena fight in 2002, I think. And it's when I hand him the letter to say that you're out.
There's a few different scenes, you know, that I love shooting. One is when Adult Naz challenges Brendan to a fight.
Probably the one where I got to say when you got that bent nose, because it's really funny and yeah.
I think I'll have to go with the scene where I'm actually fighting in the scene and I knock him out. That's my favourite moment.
You shouldn't take credit for my success.
The two of you, it feels like you're drifting apart.
Everybody's like, you know, patting each other on the back and everyone's like shaking hands. And I don't know, you know, it sounds cheesy, but there's real team effort to it.
دلوقتي الموضوع بقى أصعب إنك تنقي دور كويس ودور صح والورق والفريق العمل يكون كويس.
Follow the thing that you really want to follow and hold close the people that want to support you and take you there.
Let's tear it up.
Hamed has done it! The Prince is champion of the world!
Who's more important, the trainer or the fighter?
It's such a pleasure to talk to you about this film. How exciting was it to take on this project?
Well, it was exciting. It was daunting, challenging, because it's a genre in which there are a lot of musical films, as you know. So I think a lot of people come in with expectations of what they might see, what they want to see. And then I know that Bruce Springsteen, a lot of people have ownership over Bruce. So they want to see maybe a version of a film that they have in their mind. And I hope that they come to one that they find this is very unexpected.
The minute they said film and somebody was going to have to portray me, I immediately thought of Jeremy. There was some sort of physical resemblance, some sort of the way he carried himself. And then there was the way the camera read his internal life. That was really essential. I just said, this is the guy, you know, I didn't have number two.
Let's talk about Jeremy Allen White and the moment where you felt that he could, I mean, for him, it must be such a huge pressure to, you know, to embody a living icon, basically. But for you, when was the moment where you thought, okay, no, this will work?
Well, I knew that Jeremy could embody the spirit of Bruce and the essence
performance ability.
Yes, his emotional truth.
Yes.
But it wasn't until we started really working on the performance, the singing, that I thought, oh, wow, this is going to be great.
Everybody has their own idea of Bruce Springsteen. He's such a legend. So taking on the role, there was a big leap of faith. But once I knew I had Bruce's blessing, that gave me the confidence to go along the journey. Let's try one.
And it's a movie, it's not a documentary. I mean, we have to say that there are facts in real life that are not in the film and vice versa. How important was it to detach it and make him a character versus only him?
Well, when you make a film about Bruce Springsteen, America's most authentic artist, it has to be incredibly realistic. And most everything that happens in the film really happened. The only invention is the character of Faye, his love.
Yes. She's a concoction of probably.
Yeah, she's an amalgamation of a few women. So the film hews very closely to fact in almost every regard, including the final scene of the film.
Trying to find something real in all the noise.
You always do.
Let's speak about Odessa, who portrays Faye. Let's speak about Jeremy Strong, who's always amazing in everything he does, and he plays another legend, John Landau. So how easy or difficult was it to find the right people for the right characters?
Well, you always want to start with, is there a physical resemblance? Now, with Faye, I had something in mind where I wanted someone who felt real, approachable, felt like a Jersey girl. Jeremy Strong is a longtime pal of mine. I knew the type of research and specific detail work he would do as John Landau. And I think he gives, for me, maybe his best performance because it comes from a very rich interior place and not exterior work.
Yeah, and those two, you know, John and Bruce, are the complete opposite of what you would expect of, you know, big rock star and their manager. I love how, you know, they're so normal and loving and simple and still interesting. Don't you agree?
And that's what makes them so human. In America, we say, don't meet your heroes for fear of
disappointment.
Not so with Bruce Springsteen. He exceeded my expectations in every regard.
Thank you, Scott, so much. Congrats on the film.
Oh, thank you so much.
Something about Bruce that even if you're a fan, you might not have known. There's a lot in this film to enjoy. Thank you guys for being here tonight. Wow.
I actually felt there was some kind of responsibility because people can still hear his voice on the audiobooks, and he's still very much an important figure to children because they still read Charlotte's Web and Stuart Little. So that was important to me. I wanted to find out who he was, and this wonderful script that we had allowed me to play the script but also be true to who he was. You know, it wasn't like the script went off in a different direction. Robert's script was Robert obviously loves E.B. White, and that's why he put him in the movie.
It's really someone else's success. Richard Rodgers in Oklahoma, and Lorenz Hart's kind of it's sort of like he's at the wedding of your ex. You know, it's like, what are you doing here? And my tagline for the movie was forgotten but not gone. So it's kind of a perverse idea, but the movie's funny too, about someone who's being left behind. The whole thing's kind of based on a real time and place and real characters, but it's all kind of a flight of fancy too. We're imagining a lot and trying to tell an entertaining story.
It's completely wonderful. You know, it's very important that we were able to create that dynamic of people who know each other extremely well, love each other and have a little bit of tension with each other and just completely intertwined with each other. Ethan is a completely wonderful actor and it's an extraordinary performance, and so I was just honoured to be able to act with him. His movies with Rick are incredible, and I was just thrilled to be asked to be part of the team. You know.
Well, I don't think any other director would have even thought of me for this part. Something that the movie's kind of born out of friendship. The screenplay's written by an old friend of Richard's, and he sent an early draft to me, and I got really fired up about it. And I think he's the only person in the world that would know how much I would love playing this part. Really what I did is I just listened to as much of his music as I could. His lyrics are so beautiful and transcendent that I just tried to internalize those lyrics, and I saw the whole movie as a song.
It's really striking. Are you and she...
Oh, no. I mean, I'm in love with her, but everybody's in love with her.
Life can have a funny way of surprising you. My mom got pregnant with me when she was 18. She and my dad were high school sweethearts. My Aunt Jenny also ended up with her high school boyfriend. I thought we would be one big happy family forever. But the universe had other plans.
I'm very sorry. Your husband and sister were in a car accident. We did everything we could.
Let's start with Colleen Hoover's novel, and how much of a reference was it for the film?
Well, the novel is the reference for the film. It's the source material. It's written from two different perspectives that alternate chapter by chapter from Morgan and Clara's perspectives, and it tells the story of a family, an extended family, in the wake of an unexpected tragedy, having to process both grief and some unexpected feelings of betrayal that come up.
It's a very succinct, beautiful way of whittling down this plot. I've been trying to figure out.
It out too. It's really hard. Thank you.
Yes, that.
I just lost my dad and my aunt. I just want to leave.
It's been a long year.
Then let's leave.
We couldn't know that the sun was collapsing.
It feels like there's this wall between her and me.
How easy was it to find the perfect tone for this, mixing the dramatic and the romantic?
You know, this movie is really balancing a few different tones. There's romance and drama and humor and, you know, serious, heavy emotions that lead to tears. And so that is a difficult task to pull off, but I give our director Josh Boone a lot of credit for just kind of overseeing it all and making sure that each scene kind of seamlessly blended into the next and didn't feel like all of a sudden you're in a different movie.
I think what he did so well, Josh is an incredibly gifted director for many reasons, but one of the things I admire the most is that he has a really light touch, and the prep he does before starting to shoot a movie is, I think he would agree, is the bulk of his work in the hiring of people, department heads, of actors, building the cast, the sets, setting it all up. And then once it's all there, he's very laissez-faire. He's very hands-off. He trusts everyone to trust their own instincts and do what he hired them to do, what he knows they can do. Josh was so good at allowing for both comedic and dramatic moments and knowing when they should arrive and helping to calibrate the whole thing. I give him all of that credit.
I just don't want to forget them. My mom's trying to make it like my dad never even existed.
Tell her the truth.
It would absolutely destroy her. Smiling feels wrong right now. Like it's too soon to be happy.
Well, to both of you, how much did you discuss the shared history and past between the characters as their dynamic evolves throughout the circumstances of the story?
We talked about it a lot. I mean, I would have talked about it more, but that's always true. No, we did. We talked about it.
No, I mean, the truth is the two of us and our director Josh would huddle up before pretty much every scene.
Yeah.
just to make sure that, first off, that all the dialogue felt natural coming out of our mouths, but more so just like, okay, at this point in the story, does this make sense now based on what we've already shot? And so it was a lot of calibrating because it was a really nuanced arc that our characters have. But it was the three of us, like, in a very close collaboration, talking constantly, things changing constantly at the last second, but ultimately for the betterment of the movie.
Those are the kinds of conversations that I love so much. Like, it just deepens the stories because you don't have time to talk about all of it on the screen. Like, this movie is tight. We smushed a lot of book into, under 2 hours. So
but you have to feel that history.
Totally.
And we have very little real estate to do that, and so we got to make the most of each moment.
Yeah.
What aren't you telling me? There's a lot I wish I'd done differently. But I'll never spend 1 second regretting you. You deserve to be happy. No regrets, right? Everywhere, everything.
Very lucky and very, very happy to. Yeah. I guess just because we've worked together multiple times and Jesse too, so many of our department heads, it just felt like if we were all going to be stuck together in a basement, it was nice that we knew each other so well and to kind of experience this together. Yeah.
Start with that because of the creative process of making multiple films together and creating a character every time. So how do you work together off camera before the discussions, the brainstorming?
Well, I guess there wasn't much rehearsal for this one, but there was a bit.
There was a bit. We were rehearsing or talking about kinds of kindness.
Exactly. Or doing press work.
Do you ever get confused about, which film you're on at the moment? No, I'm joking. Of course not, because every film is so specific, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. There is a sense of ease when you're able to just sort of, when you know each other and when you have that ability to just cut straight to the point of the thing.
I took comfort in the fact that, I had worked with them previously because we didn't have all that much time.
Yeah.
Before this movie, we had a couple of weeks, but I remember thinking, I wish we had a month because there was a lot of dialogue. But, we tried to use the time as best we could, and it's such a rich, thought-provoking script that everyone on set, it's impossible for you not to bring your own experience to it because it just kind of demands it.
They want you to think it's you, that it's you who made this world. But it's always been them. All we've lost, all that's been done to us, we're setting that right again.
How much fun is it for you, Yorgos, to kind of morph new characters with actors you've worked with before, Get out of Bella Baxter and get in this?
Fun.
Well, it's fun to watch because I'm just there mostly as an audience member, and I try to create this conditions for them to be able to, try things, explore things, and figure it out for themselves, and then I just, watch. So it's always, fun, and we were saying before, I then even notice more things while I'm editing about their performances and what they've contributed to the characters because, during filming you're so stressed, there's so many things going on, and, sometimes you lose all these, minute differences in someone's, performance. So yeah, I'm always pleasantly surprised and enjoy, watching them create the characters.
Welcome to the headquarters of the human resistance.
Where's my hair?
Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship.
What ship?
Your mothership?
Emma, how much do you enjoy that? And do you get more immersed or more attached to those types of characters?
I don't know.
You got a little bit attached to Bella.
I was just about to say, the only one that I like still can't shake is Bella. I guess more immersed than attached, but Bella attached. Feels like my child. In the next 48 hours, the police and the FBI will begin a statewide manhunt. I'm a high-profile female corporate executive. I am crucial. In all humility, I can say that. Think of it like you abducted the governor, but worse.
What was the biggest challenge of this one for the two of you because of the nature of the interaction of both characters?
What do you think?
Oh my God.
The tone is always something you're trying to discover, and, you know, what makes Yorgos' film so exciting is they're always sort of walking this line that feels like new territory, even within his filmography. You know, there's some, or at least from my perspective, there's something that a thread connecting them all, but feels like a sort of offshoot in their own way. And so this felt like that. I don't know. It was just a constant sort of exploration into how far you could push the extremes of the tone, I guess.
What was really fun for me about the dynamic between these two characters was it feels like sort of a dance, you know, kind of like a jousting match all the time, in the way we were sort of constantly reading each other and preparing for, you know, it's like a wrestling match. So that was, I loved getting to do that with Jesse. Also, Jesse's just so incredible that it makes it really fun, even when it's, you know, challenging because there is so much dialogue.
That dinner scene, I think Will even mentions it in the exposition in that scene, that it sort of takes on the tone of like a Wild West sort of with that long dinner table. I mean,
it's like a bunch of different versions of showdowns throughout to varying degrees.
I've done a ton of research on this. You're killing our planet.
Alien fell.
I'm not an alien.
You're lying to me.
What's the difference? You know this is crazy. You know this is wrong.
What is it most about for you, this film?
Happy, fun stuff?
Yeah.
Light?
To me, humanity. I mean, the nature of it, the course of it, the history of it. Yeah, just trying to reflect what that means right now.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you'll chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel, too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed. And the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient. with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo Fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Mr. President, thank you so much for your time today. I wanted to start by asking you, you are here in New York for the high-level UN General Assembly week. What role do you think the United Nations has to play in the world at this time when there are so many complex issues at play?
Key role. I think it should be the institution of peace. The only problem is that it's been undermined by the 193 members that compose it. I think any time the UN is engaged in peace mediation or any international activity, we usually find a solution. But right now the world is unfortunately rather transactional. This week is important because we're looking at a lot of key conflicts, like Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, conflicts in Africa. So the UN should be engaged centrally in all of them.
But many of those things, as you admitted, are difficult to overcome. There are questions from critics about the UN's credibility in being able to handle some of those global conflicts. Do you have any suggestions for how the UN perhaps can move things forward, especially in the realm of peace?
Well, I mean, many suggestions. I remember when I was foreign minister, I think somewhere around 2011, we set up a group together with the then Turkish foreign minister, Ahmet Davutoglu, which was called the Friends of Peace Mediation. So I think we should find some new thinking in peace mediation, because right now what's happening is that a lot of peace mediation is transactional. So you just have a person nominated by whoever to negotiate the peace. But if you would have someone nominated by the United Nations, then that peace would stick. Other things, I think a lot of countries want to have more agency in the United Nations. Last year, I proposed that the membership of the permanent Security Council should be doubled, because, you know, we have 5 countries there now. We have 0 from Latin America, 0 from Africa, and only 1 from Asia. And I think we need more. So it's all about basically giving, especially bigger member states, more ownership in the system. That could be a way of reforming the organization.
Focusing on Ukraine, in recent months we've seen you taking a very central role amongst the European leaders. Why do you feel it's important to be so central in trying to push back against Russia?
Well, I don't want to inflate my role or Finland's role, because we're very much in the back office. We try to help to interpret a situation. And then you ask the question why? Well, probably because we have a 1,340-kilometer border with Russia, and probably because we've had our skirmishes with Russia over the years, and we've also gotten along with Russia over the years. So what we try to do is to interpret a situation, and then if other European leaders are interested in our analysis, if Ukraine feels that we are useful, and if the United States feels that we're useful, then we are potentially having some influence. But again, it's a big boys game, and we just try to help.
Finland became part of NATO a couple of years ago in 2023. How have you seen things change since joining?
Well, obviously, I don't think we would have joined had not Russia attacked Ukraine. That then switched over public opinion in Finland pretty much overnight. And ever since, you know, we've always been well prepared. We have one of the largest militaries in Europe, together with Turkey, Ukraine, and Poland. And in that sense, I think a lot of our allies see us as security providers rather than security consumers. We didn't join NATO against anyone. We joined NATO to protect ourselves and to protect our allies who share values with us. So Finland's role has changed in the sense that I think the geopolitical realities of Europe have moved up to northeastern Europe, and you know, together with Poland and the Baltic states and others, we take care of our flank of things.
The head of the Finnish Armed Forces Strategic Department has said in the past they believe that Russia could attack within 3 to 5 years after the end of the war in Ukraine. Do you hold to that assessment?
Well, obviously, as the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, I sit on all the relevant information, operational, strategic, and otherwise. And we, of course, look at all kinds of different scenarios. But sometimes we have to understand that we live in an age of unpeace, in an age of disorder, where there will be a lot of unknown things coming at us, and we just have to learn how to live with that. The best way to prevent war is to prepare for it, and that's what I think Finland has always done.
You said recently that you thought it was a good thing that Donald Trump, the US president, was making Europe more self-reliant. Are there any coordinated European efforts underway, I guess, to move that forward?
Well, I think inside NATO we're already doing that. So President Trump and the security situation in Europe has pushed us to increase our defense expenditure from 2% of GDP to 5%. It's pushed us to do more work on defense industry. It's pushed us to work more inside the alliance. So, for instance, in NATO, we now have a Baltic Sentry activity in the Baltic Sea because Russia cutting undersea cables. For instance, we have a Eastern Sentry operation in the air because Russia is flying drones into Polish airspace and violating Estonian airspace. So we're doing a lot of things together because of circumstance. Having said all of that, as an avid transatlanticist, I feel that it's very important that the United States stays engaged in Europe.
And staying with the theme of the United States, you've spent time with the US president recently. You've played golf together, private meetings, lots of conversations. Did you have an opportunity to change his mind or calculations on anything during those meetings and conversations?
I don't think that's necessarily the aim. I think diplomacy is based on two pillars. One is state-to-state relations, where it's about values, interests, geographic location, history and culture. And then the other one is a personal relationship. And you have to understand that coming from a country of 5.6 million people, there's always a benefit in being able to have a conversation with the president of the biggest superpower in the world. It's not so much about changing one's mind, it's about changing ideas. Some of them stick, others don't.
Those personal relationships, you say they are important. The US president prides himself on those personal relationships. How do you best manage that relationship with President Trump?
I think in diplomatic contact, it's really about human contact and emotional intelligence. I mean, you have to understand your place. When you come from a small country, you don't go around touting the magnificence of that country or telling anyone what to do. You have engaging conversations, and then you see where those conversations go. I've been fortunate enough to spend a lot of time in the United States. I did my undergraduate work here. I have a lot of American friends. President Trump knows that I'm an avid transatlanticist, and I take the relationship from there. But again, I don't want to inflate it. I think President Trump is doing a good job in brokering peace around the world, and if we can have a conversation with him about that, I think that's good.
And in Finland's relationship with NATO, your country is very involved, very heavily focused on maritime security. Why is that so important?
Well, we try to focus on land, air and sea. But for us, maritime security is important because we are a Baltic Sea nation. And if you look at the map, we're almost like an island, even though we have a long border with Russia, a long border with Norway, and a long border with Sweden. But the truth is that all of our trade, 90% of it, goes through the Baltic Sea. If it's cut off, we're in trouble. That's why we focus a lot on things maritime. So we have a lot of know-how of the undersea infrastructure of the Baltic Sea. We have a sizable navy, which we are modernizing right now with 4 new frigates, etc., etc. So maritime is just part of our culture and part of our geography.
I want to ask about China, because in the past you have spoken about it, I guess in the same terms of Russia, as being a potential threat. Why do you think that is, and in what area?
I think for me China is very different from Russia. China is not only an up-and-coming superpower, but it is a superpower. And on top of that, it's quite often a rational, strategic and patient superpower. So it is very calculative in what it does and very systematic. Whereas Russia is a superpower in decline, which is desperately trying to grasp to what used to be, and therefore has done what I would call rather reckless and strategically mistaken moves in, for instance, attacking Ukraine. So I would see them as completely different. And I would argue that right now it seems to me that it's wiser and easier to work with China than with Russia. But of course, coming from a small country, I'm also hoping for a day where not only the war in Ukraine ends, but where we can start working on a relationship with Russia from the West, with the US, etc., etc. But the world right now is a complicated place. I fully admit that. We're seeing a change in the world balance, order and dynamics. And I think we will live with this age of uncertainty for at least 5 to 10 years.
And staying with Ukraine, there has been such a rush for peace in recent months. Where do you see things going in the near term, over the next few months? Will we get peace?
Yeah, we will, step by step. But, there's one week where I'm optimistic and another one where I'm a little bit more on the pessimistic side. I guess the self-evident thing to say is that today we're closer to peace than we were yesterday, and tomorrow we'll be yet again closer. But I do think you have to sequence things. So that means that first we need a ceasefire, so basically to stop the killing. And then after that, we begin peace negotiations. I was in Kyiv a week and a half ago on Friday and Thursday and Friday. Had an opportunity to have long conversations with President Zelensky. And I know that the Ukrainians are able to sustain this war. But of course, the sooner we get it to end, the better.
You spoke about complex issues. One of the complex issues very much in the spotlight this week is the war in Gaza and the desire for Palestinian recognition from many countries. Finland has not so far recognised the state of Palestine. What played a part in the decision-making behind that?
Well, I mean, the way in which we look at it is we've always supported a two-state solution. That is engraved not only in the government's program, but also in the foreign and security policy papers that we work on. The constitution in Finland is rather clear. It is the government that proposes the recognition of a state, and it is I, as an institution, as president, who recognize it. And I know that the government is working on the modalities of how to recognize a Palestinian state. And when the time is ripe, I am sure they will give me a proposal, which I will then approve. We now see an international movement of recognition, which I think is good. And Finland has been involved in negotiating, for instance, the declaration coming from Saudi Arabia and France, and also sponsoring it. So we're going one step at a time.
Mr. President, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today. I'm Michal Prendergast, and coming up in the show, I'm joined by Mike Baker, the former CIA officer and host of the President's Daily Brief podcast. He joins us to break down Trump's push to release the Epstein files, the Gaza plan vote, escalating tensions with Maduro, Iran's latest Gulf moves, the China-Taiwan security row, and Ukraine's energy sector scandal. Mike Baker, thanks so much for your time. It's a pleasure to have you back here at Arabiya English. I'd like to start off with Epstein. President Trump is pushing House Republicans to release the Epstein files. Trump himself, he has said he has nothing to hide. Is this a strategy to control the narrative?
Most definitely. And it's a strategy that they should have stuck with at the very beginning. Right? This is a bit of a self-inflicted wound here. It's not hard to understand that with all the chatter and all the talk, all the social media around the Epstein files in the relatively recent past, their first go-to should have been release it all, right? That's what the White House should have done from the very beginning. And look, Epstein was in that, it appears Epstein was in the business of trying to collect high-profile, influential contacts, right? And it doesn't appear as if he cared whether they were Democrats or Republicans, right? He was equal opportunity. So, yeah, if the Democrats imagine somehow that you know, this is all going to fall on the Republican side, I think they're seriously mistaken. But there's been so much made about this that I really don't understand why the White House from the very beginning wouldn't have said, release it all, let's get it out there.
With references to Trump in some of the emails, how risky is this politically for him?
Well, you know, I think that they're not stupid, right? They can sometimes seem a bit chaotic there at the Trump White House and in the Trump administration. But I suspect that these files have already been looked at. And so I don't think there's going to be any bombshell surprises when it comes to Trump. I don't know about any other contacts of Epstein's, but I would be surprised if after this period of time that they haven't pretty much become aware of what's in there and what's not. So I don't think there's going to be a lot here. And this is much like a lot of things that happened in Washington, D.C. It's a lot of noise, a lot of talk, a lot of social media. Oh my God, this is gonna ruin somebody on one side of the aisle or the other. And usually that's not the case. Usually it all fizzles out. So I'm not one of those people that thinks, this is going to have some massive explosive impact on anybody, frankly.
That brings me on to my next question. Do you think the releasing of the full tranche of documents could undercover anything new, or is it mostly public already?
Yeah, I think that, look, it's not mostly public. I think there'll be a lot here that people will want to, scrub and go through. Maybe it's just because I've spent a long time, watching what happens in Washington, D.C., and I'm fairly cynical. Investigations, that's where, investigations go to die, is Washington, D.C. And so I don't know that there's going to be anything. Never say never. Maybe there's something in there that's going to, really upend things in Washington or somewhere else, wherever. Again, he was making contacts throughout the business and political world, right, as we saw from Prince Andrew's situation. So whether there's another Prince Andrew-like scandal in those files that are, probably going to be released, I have no idea. That would be speculation. But I'd go back to what I had said earlier, which is that the best thing you can do from a strategic communications perspective in a situation like this is to get full transparency, or as close to full transparency as you can.
How unusual is it for a president to publicly pressure his own party on a sensitive DOJ investigation?
Well, that's a really good question. It's an important question, too, because there's a lot of concern right now regarding the White House's influence or attempts to influence the Department of Justice. Now, the DOJ has a reputation, an image, whether it was always meeting that image or not, of being nonpartisan, of being outside of politics. Again, I'm not saying that they always have been, because clearly there have been cases where the DOJ was influenced by politics, but that was their go-to image. And the Trump administration has reportedly been pushing on that. There have been a lot of attorneys fired. There have been requests from the White House to pursue particular investigations or to drop others. So I think this is, we're in very interesting times here in terms of the separation and the independence of the Department of Justice. In an ideal world, the DOJ is not influenced by any outside parties, by any political party, or by any other influence. It's a completely independent organization. That's how it's supposed to be. But that's in the, that's in a hoped for world, and that doesn't often match up with reality.
And one question in my mind is, the Democrats were in power for 4 years. They were mostly silent on this issue, and now it's very much at the top of their agenda. Is that a coincidence?
No, and you're right to point that out. That, look, nothing happens by coincidence in Washington. It's all driven by self-interest in politics. That makes me sound very cynical, but I think I'm on the right track here. So anything that they can use to try to beat Trump and the Trump administration, they'll go to, right? Sometimes without really giving it a lot of thought. And by that, I mean, there'll probably be just as many Democrat names and high-profile Democrats who Epstein was associating with as any references to Trump, right? But they're hoping for anything. And the Democrat Party right now in the U.S. is struggling. They're trying to find their footing, right? And they're trying to figure out how do they regain power. That's all that's all any political party, frankly, is interested in for the most part. So they're struggling with an identity, but their only identity recently seems to be not Trump. Go after Trump. Anything that is against the Trump administration, that seems to be their position right now and their identity. But they've got to get out of that, and they've got to figure out what they stand for, what the bulk of their base stands for, if they're going to have any hope of regaining power, either in the midterm elections or in the next presidential election.
And in terms of the mind of a former CIA agent, as you said, the focus on Trump, is this a case of Trump derangement syndrome within the Democratic Party?
Yeah, I think it is. Look, I think that, the Democrats and the Republicans, anybody who's calling for transparency, I'm all for. That's a good thing. But, there are a lot of Democrats who are doing this simply because they think it's an opportunity to push back on Trump or to score some points. Is Trump derangement syndrome real? Well, yeah, I think it is. He occupies a lot of space in the Democrats' heads, and they can't seem to get out of that. They're going to need to, though, right? I don't think that their answer, I don't think their solution for regaining power is to veer harder left, right? And it's that hard left edge of the Democrat Party that is mostly contaminated with this, if you want to call it, Trump derangement syndrome, right? And it's the hard progressive left side. Now, those folks are enamored of people like Mamdani or the new mayor-elect in Seattle, who's a socialist as well. And they imagine they can, come up with a form of socialism that for once in modern history is going to work. Good luck to them if they think they can, create a socialist environment that actually succeeds, because it hasn't so far.
I'd like to move on to the next section, Gaza. The UN is set to vote on Trump's Gaza plan, including an international force and a transitional governance. What's your take on the plan?
Yeah, this is really important, and this is a very interesting development that's happening fairly quietly. But it looks like the U.S., the White House, is veering towards saying, look, we can start the reconstruction without disarming or going through that disarmament process with Hamas, right? Because that was part of the 20-point peace plan. Disarm, step aside, you have no role in governance. Well, Hamas has refused to do either of those things. And in fact, evidence indicates that they have been, trying to rearm. They never actually disarmed, so they're actually just building up their abilities again. They've been asserting themselves and retaking areas that the Israelis have withdrawn from. So if the U.S. administration imagines that they can go into Gaza with a reconstruction plan while Hamas is essentially still in control of significant portions of the enclave, I'm not quite sure what they're thinking. It's a strange change to the plan.
The plan hints at a future Palestinian state, which Israel strongly opposes. How could that tension affect its success?
Well, everything's affecting the potential success. This is a very fragile environment, right? You've got Hamas unwilling to disarm or to step aside in terms of governance. You've got the Israelis saying, look, the Palestinian Authority cannot and Fatah cannot play a role in governance. You've got an international concept of a stabilization force. But, again, does anyone imagine that Egypt and Qatar and UAE and others are going to send personnel into Gaza to disarm Hamas? And that's essentially what Israel's been calling for. And that was part of the plan. Was one of the jobs of the International Stabilization Force was to ensure that, not just stand there and look for peace, but to actually work to disarm terrorist elements in Gaza. There are a myriad of ways that this thing falls apart. And again, I know that makes me sound very cynical, but I tend to be a fairly pragmatic, realistic individual. Hope is a good thing. We should all, be hopeful and want the best, right? The people of Gaza deserve a much better future. But I'm also very realistic in saying that hope isn't necessarily what should drive your policies.
The draft includes creating a new Palestinian police force. How effective could that be in a territory long controlled by Hamas?
Well, that is it. You pointed to, again, this conflict that exists, that it seems like people talking about the peace plan are willing to just say, Well, okay, well, yeah, that might be complicated, but let's just move forward, right? We're just going to do this. And they've talked about, ever since they started this, they've acted as if somehow Hamas, which hasn't changed its objectives and is still, in lockstep with the Iranian regime, they've acted as if, yes, they're just going to comply. They're going to lay down their weapons. They're going to, agree to leave, to go to some third country. There's this concept that's been part of this peace plan that I've struggled to understand because it flies in the face of everything we've seen up till now. So the police force, look, the training of the police force, sure, you can do that. You can vet the new recruits. You can have Egypt and Jordan. Jordan is extremely good at, putting together something like this. And you can try, but as long as Hamas is in there and they don't want to give up control, and the citizens of Gaza probably aren't particularly interested in seeing Fatah or the Palestinian Authority come in, they're not particularly well liked. So I'm struggling to understand how this comes together, right? I understand that we're all hoping that it does, but again, I don't know that matches up with reality.
And how about American or allied boots on the ground? I know there's been a lot of talk about this in a camp in Gaza, but on the Israeli border. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, well, look, there's already sort of a U.S.-led military command structure, right, that's been set up in Israel that essentially is there to oversee or to monitor and assist with the logistics of humanitarian relief and aid supplies. But there is no chance that there would be U.S. boots on the ground inside Gaza. Right? That's just, you can never make a sure bet when it comes to, the strategy in Washington, but I think that's as close as you get to a sure bet.
Moving on to Venezuela now. Trump has ordered another strike on a narco-terrorist boat, and it's starting to look like a Cold War with Maduro is turning hot. What does this escalation signal about U.S. strategy?
Yeah, this is a massive question that exists in Washington, and people all over the world are trying to figure this out. What is the U.S. strategy for Venezuela? Is it regime change? Is it to put sufficient pressure on the regime so that Maduro steps aside? That would be ideal, right? That's what you want. Again, I don't think anybody is particularly keen on, actually moving into Venezuela in a kinetic mode with troops and, and a conflict, right? I would be surprised if that's the end result. That's not the same as saying they've identified cartel or narco trafficking facilities or structures inside Venezuela, and maybe they become a target, right? But as far as the buildup of military assets in the Caribbean and around Venezuela, I think that is definitely designed to send a message and try to influence those around Maduro to either get him to step aside or to essentially hand him over. And then the ideal, again, whether the ideal ends up matching reality, that's always the question. But the ideal would be then the opposition government, which, legitimately won the last election and Maduro stole it from them. It would be ideal to have that government come in because the people of Venezuela, Venezuela used to be one of the wealthiest countries in the region. Now it's a basket case, thanks to Hugo Chavez and Maduro and this desire to create a socialist nirvana. So, congratulations. They've driven the country into the ground. Millions of Venezuelans have fled the country. They deserve much, much better, right? But I don't think that, going in there with boots on the ground, to take on Maduro and the Venezuelan military, I don't think that's the design here.
The U.S. is returning to jungle training in Panama for the first time in decades. Is this a coincidence?
Well, I think you can read a lot into it, and you can read into it all. There's a direct line here to the idea that they're going to move into Venezuela and conflict and remove Maduro physically through military action. Or you can look at it and say, well, yeah, if we're stepping up our counter narcotics operations in the region, which clearly we are, then that's a good move. And you want your military training in all environments. Panama used to be a prime training ground for U.S. military. So I think I'm not reading too much into that in terms of, is that connected to the next move, which could be, military maneuvers inside Venezuela to remove Maduro? I'm not really reading into that. I think the goal here is to get Maduro to the point where he says, I can't, obviously I can't stay in power, or his close advisors, to make that decision for him.
Moving on to the Strait of Hormuz now. Iran has seized a petrochemical tanker in the Gulf amid rising tensions. What message are they trying to send?
Yeah, that's a really interesting development. They've been relatively quiet over the past year and a half, 2 years in terms of seizing ships. It used to be a little bit more common for the Iranians to do this. But I think what they're probably doing is messaging and saying, look, we're still out here. We still control this incredibly important strategic waterway where, a 20% more of the world's oil transits on a daily basis. So I think the Iranian regime and the IRGC are probably trying to remind the world that they can do this. And anytime they do seize a ship in this area, it has immediate impact on global markets.
And Iran is facing a generational drought. Can you give some context of the importance of this drought domestically in Iran?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that. This is a really important story. This is impacting in particular the citizens of Tehran. Millions and millions of people facing a catastrophic, really, water shortage. And the Iranian regime has been trying to handle this, right? Because this is a basic need, obviously, of people. And the thing that the mullahs and the IRGC fear the most, obviously, is an uprising from inside. And there's, no easier way to lose control of the population than to run out of water and food. So this is a result of decades of mismanagement on the Iranian government's side. Obviously, a drought plays into it, but they have mismanaged this so badly over the years, and part of that is a corruption problem that now the citizens of Tehran and Mashhad, they're facing this catastrophic problem. They're rationing water even as we speak. They're talking about this could they could run out in the next week or week and a half. Masoud Pezeshkian, the president, has talked about, well, maybe we need to relocate the capital. So I'm glad you brought this up because this has flown under the radar.
One has to question the timing as well. The Strait of Hormuz handles a fifth of global oil transport. Is this Iran's show of strength amid a domestic crisis or a distraction?
I think it's a distraction. I think they're looking for anything to deflect from what they're facing internally. Right? Again, look, whether you're talking about the mullahs of Iran, whether you're talking about Putin, whether you're talking about Xi Jinping, the thing that or Maduro, what do they fear? Well, they fear losing power by losing control of the population. And so typically people, despots or people running countries like that are authoritarian or autocratic, they always go to an outside boogeyman, right? When things get tough internally. So I think this is part of that messaging, is to try to distract from what's happening inside Iran.
Moving on to China now. What was the row over the Prime Minister of Japan, Takayashi's comments about a Chinese attack on Taiwan could trigger a Japanese response? How has China reacted?
Well, Beijing took real exception to the Japanese Prime Minister's comments recently when she, basically said that a Chinese move on Taiwan would be seen by Japan as a survival issue, right? And, would prompt potentially a military response. So China did what they always do when they feel as if somebody's, in their words, meddling in their internal affairs. They have a show of force. And in this case, they sailed part of their Coast Guard past what the Japanese call the Senkaku Islands, which are disputed islands that the Chinese also claim. The Chinese call them something different, the Diaoyu Islands. So basically, the Chinese are rattling their saber in response to those comments. They actually, protested to the Japanese ambassador. They called the ambassador in. It's not uncommon. This is kind of their pattern of behavior, but it's another indication of just how tense things are in that region, and in particular between China and Japan.
And Taiwan is so crucially important for the West's access to chips for data centers, for AI, for electronics. The US is surely monitoring the situation closely.
Absolutely, yeah. The U.S. pays a great deal of attention to anything related to Taiwan. Look, the Chinese regime, Xi Jinping is basically saying the Japanese comments from Sanae Takaichi, the Japanese prime minister, that just shows that Japan is towing the U.S. line, and they're trying to contain China's rise. Xi Jinping is convinced that China should be at the top of the food chain. That's basically where he's going with this. And he also believes that there's no reason why Taiwan should not be back in the fold, right, of the mainland. And that's his goal. Now, whether that's accomplished through kinetic action against Taiwan, whether it's economic pressure and action against Taiwan, that's something that is being gamed out everywhere right now. Everybody's interested in what's going to happen here. The timeline, nobody knows. I've talked to people who are extremely well briefed on all of this, and they believe we could be looking at 2028 in terms of a move of some sort, and however that would look. Part of this is how long does Xi Jinping have in power, right? And is he willing to walk off into the sunset without moving on Taiwan? So there's a lot of elements here that people are trying to figure out. But every time there's an incident like this, whether it's between Japan and China, or whether the Chinese military flies more aircraft into Taiwanese airspace to test their defenses or just to send a message, it's just another reminder that we've got this flashpoint that exists, that the policy of strategic ambiguity over the years isn't going to work. At some point, we've got to figure out what is our response if China moves on Taiwan.
Just lastly, Mike, we're going to move on to Ukraine. $100 million embezzled in Ukraine's energy sector, with several implicated close to Zelensky. How much does this hurt his credibility and complicate anti-corruption efforts in Ukraine?
This corruption issue in Kyiv right now, related to their energy sector, a $100 million reportedly kickback scheme, is a real problem for Zelensky, and he's acting like it. Right? He's moving on this very quickly because he understands how damaging this could be. Right? He's out there asking constantly for foreign aid, billions in dollars in aid and resources. He cannot afford to be tied closely to a scandal like this. And the problem is that one of his ex-business associates and business partners, a guy named Timur Mindich, who's now fled Ukraine, is supposedly, reportedly anyway, according to the Anti-Corruption Bureau there in Kyiv, kind of at the heart of this scandal. So this is a real problem that people should be watching and paying attention to, because it will impact undoubtedly how the EU and how the US view their assistance to Ukraine.
And just about Mindich, he fled hours before he was meant to be arrested. He was surely tipped off.
Yeah, if it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, yeah, I think if he took off, in fact, if the reporting is accurate, and he took off hours before the anti-corruption authorities showed up at his residence, yeah, that's a clue, right? You don't have to be, Poirot to see that. So somehow he got wind of this, and I'm sure they're, digging into that as well as all the other elements of this. But again, this is in a very sensitive time. And Zelensky, it does appear like Zelensky understands it this time. He kind of blundered into a self-inflicted wound recently when he tried to take more government control of these anti-corruption elements within the government. That was an incredibly stupid move, and he walked that back. But this time around, it appears as if he understands how aggressive he has to be in trying to show that he's cleaning house.
And just briefly, Mike, the war is grinding on to another winter. Are we any closer to a peace agreement?
No, is the short answer. Are we any closer to a peace agreement? Not that anyone can see. Putin doesn't appear to be interested at this stage in an off-ramp. Don't think he sees an upside to it.
Is it because he's winning? Is it because he's winning?
I do believe that Putin thinks that he is, in a way, winning. And part of it may be that he doesn't see a way to get out of it, right? And that's different than saying he thinks he's losing. He may well want to wrap this up, right? It is costing his economy enormously, right? His energy infrastructure is taking a beating just from the homegrown Ukrainian ability to strike deeper inside Russia with their drone efforts and their homegrown missile systems. So, it may be that Putin wants to get out of it. He just doesn't see how that works without losing an enormous amount of face here and potential support from the Russian population.
We're just out of time. Mike Baker, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you, man. Take care.
That's all we have time for on Global News today. Thanks for watching, and be sure to join us tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.